It comes up. It is. It is. Coffee going. Yeah, that's my favorite. No, but a lot of people like that. Morning. Yes, are you Tori? Okay, so nice to meet you. Morning. Yeah, mostly just the cats. I don't have any. Yeah, absolutely. Very good. That's one that does. Yes. So I'm sure that you would have been during the conversation, we settled one, but it's the presentation. Correct. Yeah. But for people that are sleeping, I don't know, people. I guess there's to be more conversation. Okay, so hopefully. Yeah. I don't have the best set. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't. Well, and a lot of people have been. Perfect, it's gonna sound like one way. Yeah. Yeah, so I really want. Well, I appreciate this. Um, and so I mean, I'll. Today is actually really like the. Figure. Now. From the violence. That's all we made was very curious. So, two meetings today, probably first. All right. Then I can. Yeah. Everybody, get ready. I know. The problem I didn't talk about. Last night, Carlisle was about the same day. So. Very well.
Well, yesterday it was.
Yeah. Yes, there was. We stay, most of us. Yeah. Yeah. They have, military card. Yeah.
Good lady.
Yeah. Yes, there you are. Yeah, exactly. For great river though. As it's cold out, the amber water's cold, so it's tough to get in.
That's, what food are.
Oh, it's,
Yeah.
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 Yeah, there's a new part. Yeah. Yep. Right, the company there. That's. I'm sure. Walmart.
One close to the river. I think it's new, it's getting built now.
Oh,
And this. Sorry.
that's.
Okay.
Yeah. The person. They.
I'm not.
Maybe. They're. Yes.
From 19. There's all, let's keep it, what was it? Yeah.
Well. I don't feel like I don't think there are any- We got to be they're big word in jail. But. I. It's me better and then. Not the basement. Small square footage, your rocks.
Like this, so
It's crazy. I'm thinking, but
it's back,
yeah.
yeah.
At that point, my family. Would need a lot of really big. So, when I was looking. When it was great, so hard. My grandparents were being. Paid for it and I would be. Then. It pay them with interest, like we asked. Hi, with the 50% I was looking at. That's just, it's great. It's all video on that. It's part of the significant amount of. 2020, but it's. It's crazy. What do you do?
Yeah, all. Really, we were just scraping the area. Maybe. This guy that.
Attendance. You have to give it a long. You don't really. I started. You know, I said. I do it. I guess my only. Yeah, you know, go over the. Yeah. You know, it's so. I mean, sometimes I think this is like. You know, for a long time, and how I did.
Yeah. Sorry.
I was, you know, and it's amazing.
Oh, I'm not talking. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, we stayed up later last night as you wished. Yeah, we had-
Yeah.
Thanks, I'm here. Ready?
Definitely. Yeah.
Anthony. Go back to that little break. Guys. We actually did only. Oh, did you?
Well, because you guys work places.
Yeah.
We're having a favorite.
It was really good.
Yeah, excited.
We had a nice conversation. Also. Yeah. My wife laughed. Later.
Or your, whatever, I don't know, I don't know. Because some people like to, it's right. I feel like they have.
We never, we see the other one. Why? Why have you done it? We see that. Hold on. I thought I wanted. All about the pirate. About the.
Thanks. Yes.
Yes, so I get kind of slap that. Yes. It's. Yeah, congrats. No, doing it. Sure, I don't understand you. I don't really. Oh, it's you. Yeah. They also, so they're also.
I got the.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh, you probably.
and then there was a girl,
Remember that? It's a good idea. Thank God. Great stuff. Yeah. He's been so handled with water. Now, going through a heat over. Started spraying with no tip. Boom. Yeah. You guys are taking a lot of jumping over. God, I love us so much. We had one snow. That's no. If you want to start.
yeah.
A good spread.
Here.
Yeah. No, I'm not. No, I don't think much is left. That's sort of like. Right. I understand. Yeah, well, that's part of it. Any more to the more. I'm afraid I. Council. Yeah, he does a lot. Really hard.
Thank you everyone for coming out today for our last day of policy meeting today. We're going to talk about public lands and natural resources and ag. Two of Club 20's bread and butter issues. I will ask if you are having conversations to go into the hallway, please. Couple housekeeping items before we get started here. I do want to give a big round of applause for Colorado City's Business Roundtable, our venue and lunch sponsors today. Let's come around. Same thing as yesterday, if you joined us, there are some loose corners that try to take them as well as possible. Just watch your step, especially if you're going over in that area where I have lots of cords. So just watch your step and be careful. We don't want anybody getting hurt. Restrooms are right out the hallway and then take left, directly around the corner there. And we have a special guest with us over there joining us from 14K Media, Tori. She's going to be wandering around the room today, taking some footage of everyone. So make Western Colorado proud. So, you know, just do business as usual. We want to really make sure we show what Club 20 is all about in this video. So we just want to give a big round of applause to her as well for coming out here and for working on the video for us. And then next, I'm going to ask Merritt to come on up. We do have some exciting news about our snack sponsor of the day. Yeah.
So I was short. So anyway, it's the first time ever we have an official snack stick sponsor, and they are in a box back to back. So please take some. There's 4 different flavors, and this is the story is a great story. This is a young couple, and literally, y'all probably 99% of the drove right by the street, south of just about 2 miles west of town. The young couple started out with that house, and they're trying to do a little bit of value production by thinking some of their animals straight to the processor and where they're 70 snack sticks, and should try to generate a little more income and make their operations a little more viable. So this is a young couple, got a couple of kids. She's a teacher in the local school here. He's a rancher out there. He's a Jackson County native. She is a Grand County. So about as local as you can get. And there's information on there. And we'll also know that this drawing on here, this logo, she created that herself. So it's about as local as you can get. So welcome back. They were available if you like to use their Shell station downtown, or the St. Clair station across the road, and they're a Timberline building supply. So if you want to buy a whole box of them, you can pick them up there. Thank you.
And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Nancy for the Natural Resources meeting.
Welcome, everybody. I'm gonna have Cindy be my assistant today because I have laryngitis all week.
Oh, no.
And I'm gonna make it through the whole morning. Help.
And she knows
Like that. But we would like to start with our federal updates. And one of the things I need to do is I have a co-chair who's on Zoom today, Chelsea. So keep an eye on her raising her hand because she'll help on issues as we go. But Chelsea has a sick child and won't be here today. I'm gonna start right away with our I guess I don't have
our federal. Hold on. So I skipped a step. We do have one office here, and we're so grateful that the Congresswoman's office is here to join us today. So I will ask McKenna Farley with the Congresswoman's office to come up and give a couple words of updates as well. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having us here today. I know I covered a lot of the meat yesterday, and also covered natural resources and public lands. But a little bit more directly today, I want to speak on some work we've been doing, with the BLM, locally and district nationwide. The Congressman recently had a hearing in the Natural Resources Committee on HR 3397. Legislation she is co-sponsoring to halt a new Biden regulation aiming to lock up public lands for multiple use under the guise of conservation. The Flipman never mentions conservation as an act of multiple use on federal land, and Congress never passed a new law to authorize this goal. This new Biden mandate will use so-called conservation uses to block mining, livestock raising, recreation, energy production, and active forest management. In the hearing, Governor Noe pointed out how numerous land management decisions will no longer be posted in the Federal Register for public comment, and overly restrictive land management policies will be implemented overnight through this proposed rule. This rule and takeover of our public land is threatening to our multiple use areas and must be defeated. And just last month, the Congressman Steve Bay Act received a hearing in the House Natural Resources Committee, and just yesterday passed through the committee successfully. The Congressman has been working closely with Mason County Commissioner Cody Davis and the commissioners on this bill that directs the Secretary of the Interior to convey 31.1 acres slated for disposal, and that the federal government no longer wants to Mason County for economic development purposes and equipment. The county has been trying to get this done for more than 5 years, and while federal bureaucrats drag their feet on this for way too long, the good news is that we're finally moving through the legislative process, and even the Bureau of Land Management testified in support of this. And like I said, this bill passed the Committee on Natural Resources just yesterday by unanimous bipartisan consent, and will now move to the House floor for passage. This year, the Congressman additionally submitted community project funding for 10 important infrastructure and water projects across the 3rd District of Colorado. 10 out of 10 of these community project funding requests benefiting Colorado's 3rd District were approved by the full Appropriations Committee and included over $19.7 million for important water and infrastructure projects in the 3rd District. Some of these projects the Congressman submitted community project funding for include building a new interchange on I-70 at 29 Road in Grand Junction to improve mobility, public safety, constructing the I-70 Cottonwood Pass Blue Hill project to help prevent lengthy and costly I-70 closures, building important water distribution infrastructure for the city of Prague, and building Denison's water treatment plant to supply clean water, and renovating Sills Water for its removed drinking water. So those are just some fresh updates on public lands and natural resources, and that's a lot shorter than yesterday. Like I said, there's a lot of meat and food. So thank you guys so much for having me, and if you guys have any questions throughout today, please send me. Thank you.
Are there any questions for her now? Okay.
You, McKenna, that was short, but we've learned a lot from you this whole session. So thank you for joining us. We really appreciate those legislative updates. And with that, we'll start our introductions with, we begin with the pledge, and Cindy will do this one.
To the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So in accordance with our bylaws, we ask that any club committee members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information, or you can see that gentleman over there in the dark glasses named Ray. Discussion is open to member and guests and is a part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so that everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn off your microphone. Do not turn on your microphone. Has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone. Speak. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around to use. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce yourself or Brittany introduce yourself.
So joining us online, we have speaker Julie McCluskey, Carlisle Courier with the Colorado Farm Bureau, Chelsea Mira, our co-chair for PLNR, Jennifer O'Hearn with Rio Blanco County, Liz Smith from Gunnison County, and Robbie LaValle. And I'm Brittany Dixon, Executive Director.
Thank you. And now with those online would mute themselves so that we don't have that issue, that would be great. If you have any questions during the meeting, you can raise your hand, unmute yourself. Brittany will be watching the virtual folks. Next, we will ask everyone in the room to introduce themselves, and we'll start with Harry Perulis.
Harry Perulis, Mason County, and watchdog for Pickens County. I'm here next to Steve to keep an eye on him.
Both, as you introduce yourself like Harry, would you explain what you do in real life a little, just not a long bio, so that we know that you work with sheep? If we can give a little bit of introduction, because we have people joining us today that have no idea who they are.
Steve Child, Pickens County Commissioner.
Merritt Linky, Grand County Commissioner, fourth generation ranch family, former chair of
Ray Beck, membership chair for Club 20 and co-chair for transportation policy, former Moffett County Commissioner.
Hi, I'm Jeff Comstock, Moffett County Natural Resources Director, and past chair of Club 20, and that's good.
I'm Bonnie Peterson from Mason County, formerly the executive director of Associated Governments of Northwest Colorado, currently on the board of Colorado Space Business Roundtable, and former executive director of Club 20.
Bill Coates, Delta County Commissioner, Club 20 Executive Committee, and Chair of Gunnison Basin Roundtable.
Tom Harnan from Eagle County, former chairman and recovering broker, and I'm proud voting grandfather of 9.
Cindy Dozier, I'm from Montrose County. I'm a former board chair of Club 20. I sit currently on the executive committee as well as on Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. Former Hinsdale County Commissioner, former several things. I think that's it for now too.
I'm Nancy Fishering, I'm co-chair of this committee, but my background is I worked for the timber industry for 25 years. I currently sit on the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Board. Yesterday, we learned about the drought task force. We are an appointment of ag water rights on the Western Slope, representing, think about that, different kind of water rights we have on the Western Slope. And I also have 8 grandchildren, 1 on the way. But what you're going to hear today, and what I hope you're picking up, is the diversity of what we all represent when we come to these meetings. So thank you very much for coming.
Brad McLeod, microphone. Mason County, work for Excel Energy. I'm current chair of Club 20, former co-chair with Nancy, much of her benefit, formerly co-chair, and I've never been a county
Good morning.
Alex Richfield, formerly Callie Hendrickson. I'm the executive director for the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts and try to be engaged pretty much in anything agriculture and natural resources.
Your hand is down. Be careful.
What's that?
Your hand is down. Be careful.
Bonnie Brown, I'm the executive director for the Colorado Growers Association. I worked for the land and wool industry for the past 23 years.
Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County, Chair of White Club 20. Also sit on the Gunnison Basin Roundtable and more boards than I want to live.
Brandon Mayer, co-chair of the Club 20 Committee and Colorado Farm Bureau.
Rod Belton, I'm a state senator from District 35, 13 counties, southeast Colorado, former state representative, former Cheyenne. In my real job, I still raise a West Angus cow herd, and that's what my senator.
Lois Dunn, Mesa County, and I'm governor of Parish Branch.
Harway Jeffries, fifth generation cattle ranch county, Lehigh County.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Jeff Davis. I work for Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and I'm excited that I got an invitation and look forward to the conversation later. I will say, I'm constantly working to be husband of the year, father of the year, and I'm an aspiring public service Hall of Fame inductee. I'm Ken Beckett-All from Moffett County. My only claim to fame is I hang around back in Comstock.
Thank you. Brittany, have you and Annabelle introduced yourselves yet?
Kathy Fackler, I'm an individual member from Durango and a volunteer with Citizens Final.
Mark Fackler, former computer program of the company CEO, and the hopeful around.
Kind of. Wait, you have 2 seconds. McKenna Farley, Western Colorado, field representative for Congressman Lauren.
Tom Kleinschmitz, I'm Director of Tourism for Moffett County, and I'm as Craig City Councilman.
Danny Barron, Sportsman's Advocate.
Chris Jerry, former outfitter, owner operator, Destination Wildlife Control Business.
Good morning. My name is Annabelle, the administrative assistant for Club 20.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Bird. I'm an attorney in Mesa County. My law practice focuses primarily on rural electric cooperatives and rural broadband.
Good morning, everybody. Travis Black with Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm the Northwest Regional.
Good morning. I'm Josh DeLeon with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Park Manager, Colorado State Forest.
Adam Fish, Pickens County, Club 20 in Western Colorado family.
Andrea Fields, Medical Public Affairs. I am from Castle Rock and working in public policy and politics. This side of the state for 20 years. I'm not really sure what I do though.
John Fisher from Montrose County, and we've been members of the Club 20 since '84.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you guys all for coming up to Jackson County. My name is Matt Schuler, Jackson County Star. I'm also the secretary for the North Park River Summer Rodeo. If you guys want to come, have you. President of the Arts Council, and I'm a recovering school board member for the North Park Schools.
Esther Coons, Delta County, and I thank you all for what you do. You give countless hours to maintain the values of the Western Slope. Thank you.
Here, just a couple of minutes, I gotta put a plug in for membership, if I do that.
Whoever says no to
So thank you, Madam Chair. As we all know, we've had policy meetings down at Pagosa Springs and by making sure we have the wallet. We also understand that that could not take place without our robust membership. So speaking of membership, we'd like to welcome Senator Rockville as our newest member. So thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And because this is our 70th year in existence, if you will, in 1953, I would like to put an offer on the table. If there's any small business among us today that would like to join 20 at the $300 value for 50 employees or less, if you'll pay the first $200, I'll pay the last $100, and then that $100 is on me. We'd love to have you. So if you have an interest, see me or any of the leadership and find out. Thanks.
Senator, I want to know if you got involved.
Yeah.
So thank you all so much. And lastly, we'd like to thank our sponsors for the day. Our day one lunch sponsor is Colorado Space Business Roundtable. Your committee sponsor is Tom and Joan Harnett and Team Black Bears.
Very much. Today we have, I've just been so happy with the speaker I have today. But an ongoing stress, if you will, or challenge from PLN is how often we feel like we're not part of the conversation, decision making. And we've gotten to a point where we're very frustrated on the Western Slope. And my challenge is trying to figure out how do we, as I put on an agenda, mend fences. I first started thinking we should call this build bridges, but I realized since 1953 we've been building bridges. But it's been undermined, or it's a bigger stress and challenge than my husband said. We joined in '84. When we moved to the Western Slope, we wanted to learn about the Western Slope and the Western Slope. And I would say this might be the most challenging thing I can think of, with the number of issues that all affect this committee. Yesterday, we had a presentation from the Energy Committee. Thank you very much, Chelsea. And every time, I mean, it was a thorough, all the challenges, oil and gas things. But she mentioned CBW, she mentioned timber, she mentioned water, she mentioned the disproportionate effects in rural areas, all of which affect us and all the issues we see. We are not divorced from the Ag Committee, the Water Committee. Club 20 decided 2 years ago through the Executive Committee that they needed to really focus on the most important issues, and those issues were the timber, the water, and the ag. PLNR. So we had a wonderful, for people that didn't know this, because I still go back to some of this. Yesterday we had a wildfire. We did a wonderful summit on water and timber, coming together with water people who never talked to the timber people. And I know because I worked for the timber industry, we never worried about where people's water came from. So we're trying to mend fences, and we also like to, I call it connecting the dots. We're all connected together. And so what you're gonna find today, you already heard Hannah talk about the conservation rule or the land bill. You're gonna hear about it now. It could have been a PLNR. We are all concerned about that and what it's gonna mean. So you're gonna find these conversations almost circular because we all have a different angle that we're concerned about. So I'm pulling this many fences. I'm very much inspired to try to find a way to reconnect with our legislators. We don't have legislative updates today from us. That's unusual. I don't ever remember that happening. So why is that? I will reach out and say, we need you. We need this communication. We don't always agree. We need you to help bring us up to date on what you're working on. And again, one of the good reasons why I like our speakers today, I know that Eastern Slope is giving us some of the same things we do. So trying to talk about all these things, a lot of them are based that are in common because we're all rural. And rural isn't easily understood if you're born and live in the city. Trust me, I was born in Kentucky. I was little. So we have to not be mad at people. We have to educate them, bring them along with us. And I like to be proactive, not reactive. We feel like we get so reactive because we don't even know what's happening until it's said. So the other thing I think the media does, it's only the Western Slope media need to educate the far south. So much comes from national. What's happening nationally in California or wherever, this is our reality. So we need to know what's happening in Colorado, which is the whole, just the wealth of information that Club 20. I call you guys because you guys all have expertise you bring to the table. And I just wish other people knew how important this group could be or help avoid the arguments that we're getting into. I wish we could depolarize it, we become better. Not easy, trusted, it takes a long time to build it. You could lose a lot. So sorry for the speech, but we've had my advisory committee, we had a compelling large meeting on this. How do we begin to rebuild some of this communication? Because we've got to. We can't just be mad at every minute. We need to be constructive. Don't do so mad. But the most can't go to the so our first speaker after maybe I really set him up. He said he introduced himself and working for CPW. Welcome, Jeff Davis, our new director of CPW. We have been a long time, we have always had CPW present here. And I welcome our Northwest manager. We rotate these meetings from all over the Western Slope, so we get to be in different communities. And we always try to invite CPW to our meetings. But he joined us in May this year, correct? So he is brand new, and I was very pleased he was willing to accept our invitation. He had a 23-year career with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. He has a very deep history, served on the Forest Practices Board. Again, listen how he connected the dots between different, what we would call silos. He coordinated interdisciplinary internal teams on a variety of conservation initiatives. We keep saying, you talk to us at the state about collaboration. Where's your collaboration with the Western Slope? This is not something we're going to have to keep about. It was just interesting reading his whole bio. It's available on the CPW website. He has a BS in biology, wildlife management, and he went on for wildlife management at the University of Wisconsin. He has a passion for the outdoors. Part of the video where we want to get him. Avalon for recreationists, and we recreation committee people here today. That's another for the field feeling on. So with that, I just like to turn it over. And I don't think it's another job. I just wanted to introduce himself.
Jeff, if you wouldn't mind, could you come up there if you're comfortable?
Makes me a bigger car.
I promise we won't break out the tomatoes yet.
Is this one? Every hour? No.
So thank you so much for this invitation, and I just have to say, I'm going on almost 4 months now in this new job, and I joke a little bit that I came at a time where I now age in dog years, so I'm looking at 700 years old. But yeah, thank you. Like for me, coming from Washington State, local governments were the foundation of government in that state in particular, right? And that system was set up to try to make sure that the different industries and different interests were all talking with one another. I'll say this, my experience, again, almost 4 months old, is Colorado's doing so many things that are way out ahead of the country stuff. And I don't want to overplay this, but I do have to also say, like, Colorado is the nicest people. And I think that makes all this kind of collaboration and mending fences like a doable thing. And I'm coming from a space where things got really politicized. People seem to be growing more and more like individualistic. And the collaboration really seems to be struggling in other places. I don't see that here, and I hope that I live my life, the rest of my life here, and I don't see it throughout the rest of my life. What else can I tell you? Like, I'm deeply rooted in the outdoors. Going all the way back to my grandfather, who was in the CCCs, and before he passed, I was fortunate that he took me around to all the places that he worked on across the Pacific Northwest, and he was memorialized by the CCC folks that were still around. That guy drugged me out of the woods early, took me fishing, took me camping, maybe didn't start me out right on the elk hunting part of things. I remember a story where we were camping on this logging at the end of the road, and my grandpa got up and first thing in the morning made us some coffee. Went out there and said, "Jeff, there's elk everywhere. They're all around us." And so my dad and I walked over, and he's going to show us all the tracks, and lo and behold, there was a herd of cattle just over the land in here. So we picked up stakes and moved to where we accidentally saw an elk or two. A whole different scale. I just want to share. Like I joke a lot about every September is kind of my 2 weeks going to church. And in Washington, really that translates to I carried my buffalo around for 2 weeks. Called in lots of really big bulls, but there with 30,000 elk, it was true spike only. So I haven't harvested anything for at least a decade. CPW staff promised that I might accidentally stumble into one of these days, but I plug my freezer back in. I'm hoping, got my fingers and toes crossed. Also, pretty avid angler. Lots of steelhead and salmon fishing, a little bit of lowland lake trout fishing, so that I could, again, on my journey to be father of the year, I hooked my daughter into fishing, and she still tells me every day, "Daddy, you promised that we'd go bass fishing." So again, I'm hoping the CPW staff can point me in the right direction for bass. But on my way down, so people ask how you got into this, Jeff, and I tell the story when I was 9 years old. My dad took me out to Laurel Lake opener in Washington, and I was just laying these huge rainbow trout. And I looked up at him after like the 6th one and said, "Dad, when I grow up, I'm going to work for Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife." So lo and behold, I thought he was going to break into tears when I called and said, "Hey, Dad, guess who I work for now?"
So yeah, it's been a journey. I've been fortunate to be one of those people that go to school and do exactly what I wanted to do, which is wildlife management. I feel very like this is a dream job for me to be here at CPW and the director position. You all know this. I'm learning that these folks are some of the best in the world at what they do, from the park side, the recreation side, and the fish and wildlife management. So I feel very blessed to be here, and can't wait to make this my permanent home. Hopefully. Anyone have any tomatoes you want to throw at me? I'll say that I'm also an and person, and I feel like at least I'm coming from a state that seemed to be turning more to an or. You're either this or you're that. You either have the power or you don't. And for me, it's as a person that takes a lot of pride in waking up every morning to serve 5.8 million people and the tourists that come here that are important to the economy. You gotta be an and person. So I look forward to working through some tough things, celebrating a lot of really positive opportunities, and just hope to earn your trust and keep it as we move forward.
I have a question. I think you looked at the name clear.
Excuse me, we're gonna remind you of the rules. The first hand I saw go up is Jack, and then I saw Bonnie, then I saw Callie, and then, okay, got a lot of questions. So we're gonna start, but please look at me first. We have online, want to know if people online have questions. Jeff, get your questions first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It looks like we got full night ready to talk to you. But I'm Jeff Comstock. I work for Moffett County Commissioners, and I actually was sitting in the Wildlife Commission meeting the day after you were hired, and you were up on a Zoom meeting in front of us while we were all at steam. But you know very clearly that the wolf issue is huge in Colorado, and one of our things that's been critically important for us is effective 10J, right? We need the ability in this state to manage the wolves that the voters are choosing to put in here, and it was very just disheartening, and I feel flat out wrong with the Fish and Wildlife Services recently pulled in what they call this ungulate provision, which is the ability to wolves to protect the game population. So in other words, when your elk populations are taking a dive because wolves are eaten, we can't apply 10J to it if we continue on this path. Now that rule is not applied. I know how important wildlife is to the budget of CPW. And of course, to all of us counties that have hunting as part of our economy. And I would ask kind of your thoughts on how much pressure you think we could put back on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to make sure we have the ability, especially.
So that is something that, we it's in the forefront of our minds for a whole host of reasons that you mentioned, right? Like our budget itself and the conservation work that comes from license revenue in particular. In my mind, I think about, the diversity of the economy in the urban space versus the diversity of the economy of the rural areas. It's fact that when economists look at pre-COVID, post-COVID, that rural economies still haven't recovered to pre-COVID conditions, right? So it's all critically important. I feel like the service is pretty far along in their team. I don't know how much us pushing even harder on the issue in particular will change anything. But it is part of our conversations with the service, for sure. Now, I'll also say, like, the thing I put forward, like this, the reintroduction plan, I think my sense is that people tolerated what the agreement was in that plan, but then maybe the most critical piece in that whole plan is the adaptive management component. So that will allow us, so I know CPW, for example, is putting out a lot of colors on elk, I think here. In particular areas, so that we have a pre-wolf baseline, so that we can also be monitoring what are we actually seeing happening in the under the coons going forward. So I know that's the answer you'd probably like me to say is, yeah, I'll pick up and call U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and they'll just do what I say. But I don't know that that's going to be the case.
Honey? Good morning, thank you for joining us. I'm Bonnie Brown, the executive for the Colorado Bears Association. And for over 2 decades, I've been really invested in the bighorn domestic sheep conflict. For at least a decade, Ron Velarde is a former Northwest regional manager for CPW. Ron and I got everybody set down, everybody being CPW, wool growers, Forest Service, BLM, the bighorn sheep folks, which actually kept their toys in my home. But the rest of us had a discussion on that. And we did have an MOU that kept everybody free. And what I've seen probably over the last 4 years is really a departure with CPW staff understanding the issue. And we know that respiratory disease in bighorn sheep is extremely challenging. The sole focus on domestic sheep is a disservice to comprehensive management on bighorn sheep. Respiratory disease outbreaks in bighorns, they're polymicrobial, they're multifactorial. And the departure from CPW staff understand that. And I'll give you one specific point is probably last year I asked for a check an update on respiratory disease outbreaks in bighorns. The biologist wrote back to me about disease transmission from domestic sheep. And that's factually incorrect. You know, there may be pathogen transmission. That pathogen transmission may or may not result in a respiratory disease outbreak, which may or may not result in mortality. And at the level of these discussions for CPW staff to not understand that, it is not okay. Right now, the deal in Southwest Track is they've been having a series of 6 meetings focusing on closing allotment on Engineers Pass. CPW in that discussion, there hasn't been a respiratory disease outbreak up there since the early 1980s. Yet some CPW staff and others are just incorrectly portraying the situation of the first contact between domestic sheep and bighorns, that it's almost fatal for bighorns. They're making those assumptions on incomplete genetic sequencing. And so I'm asking you have time, acquainted with the job and settled that we can go back to having conversations on this issue of family assignments.
Thank you, Barney. We are hearing if you are speaking directly into the mics, the people online can't hear us. So we tend to look at our speaker, not look at the mic. And let's try to keep our comments down so that we have plenty of time for responses from Jeff. Thank you. Jeff, I told you it's a thinking. He's got no stuff.
Didn't hear a question in there. Always about the conversation. I do feel like our wildlife science and research is some of the best. Well, I know it's some of the best we can do right now. It's at least better than my previous life, especially when it comes to the bighorn sheep and the big here. So yeah, definitely open to continued conversations and sorting through it. I know in my little bit of experience, like there's technical for the direct mortality, but there's also the delayed mortality that can happen with that. carrier is still. Here you go, from year to year, so definitely, I think it's a space that we're learning a lot more about it. And we'll keep our eyes and ears open for the conversation, make sure, we're informing policymakers to the best of our ability based on the research and the social economic aspects of the conversation as well.
Want to just make sure, can our members on Zoom hear even Jeff's responses? So sometimes that's the hard thing on these Zoom meetings, and you miss too much. So we have Callie, and I have Chelsea, and I have Merritt, and I have Tom. And everybody introduced before you ask for questions, Callie, and then Chelsea.
Good morning, Callie Scritchfield from Rio Blanco County. So I guess I'll try to keep it short. I want to explain a little bit from Rio Blanco County's perspective and ask for help. So as a very rural community, I am watching our community members, particularly the agriculture folks, feel like they're losing hope. Okay, we have lost a lot of oil and gas, which our community relies on. We're losing coal, which our community relies on. We now have, and water, all of us lose water, and all the water rights issues that will be coming up, I'm afraid of, in the future. And then we have the wolf issues. As I listen to the board members that I work for, they are literally losing hope. And the frustration is really disheartening. And we're a community that the Front Range folks love to come and see because it's beautiful. We've got the wildlife, we've got all those natural resources. There's a reason that's there. And it's because of the agriculture and rural communities that have taken care of that. And the urban communities don't understand what it takes to manage and maintain that when they come over and enjoy it for a weekend and go home. Help us understand how we can truly help those folks understand. We would welcome yourself, the governor, and others to come over and let's spend some time on the ground helping you guys that have the ear of the urban community understand what it takes to make this country what it is. So help us help you and us both.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're a species that's really gifted at that are complicated to understand. I would say what you just described, we oftentimes compartmentalize. I'll say people want to talk about recreation, they have a conversation about recreation. Disconnects from the rest of the system, right? That like you're articulating. For me, I think CPW, I know I am open to like telling that story because we are connected. The urban people are connected to the rural people and vice versa, right? Our economy, if you just look at that, is so connected that we can dissect it to, oh, well, urban people, they have IT, they have this, they have manufacturing, blah, 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 blah. And yet they still rely on rural communities and working the resources. Back to that urban economy too. So from my perspective, I'm a systems person, so I'm all in. So like, let's go tell the holistic story, and then folks can decide that if you just base, it's like an illness. If you treat a symptom, sometimes that symptom is going to get better and you solved it. And yet usually what happens is if you didn't treat the underlying disease, it comes back in spades, right? So how do we actually work together to tell that holistic story And I would say, Nancy, like amendments between the urban and rural communities too, through that storytelling. So that they understand the rural communities and the economies and their effect, positive and negative. And folks in the rural communities better understand how the urban folks are wired and how you're all connected with those. We have a new information and education assistant director. She comes from private sector. Previously worked for Boeing, and so she's been just a breath of fresh air to be in private sector experience, and I look forward to meeting with you all and her. I'd like to tell that holistic story of how.
Thank you. I like the holistic approach. Chelsea?
Hi, Director Davis. This is Chelsea Mira. Can you guys hear me okay in the room?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I really loud? It looks like it. Thanks for being there, and sorry I can't join you. I am the executive director for West Slope, Colorado Oil and Gas Association, and appreciate you taking the time to come up. But wanted to ask, or maybe even kind of put it on your radar. We are in the middle of the BLM's big game migration EIS, and didn't know if you have started to familiarize yourself with that and what you see as CPW's role in guiding that policy.
Yeah, so I'll go back to the amazing team that works at CPW. They are engaged in that. There's a lot of BLM rulemaking happening now. Big game migration is just one of those, and we're plugged into all of them. Of course, our folks, we're mindful of our mission, right, which is wildlife management, quality state parks, enjoyable and sustainable outdoor recreation. So all of those in what BLM is doing can be positively or negatively impacted by that. For us, I do feel like CPW has some of the best big game research happening. So we know we got a lot of colors out there, so we know where these animals want to go. That's not saying that we have the whole state blanketed. So with our data, we can point to areas that we're very knowledgeable about, and we can point to areas where we need to become more knowledgeable. But we're, suffice to say, really pushing on BLM to pay a lot of attention to our science as they process. Because the last thing any of us is our big game populations to crash because we're not mindful of those really critical corridors to their winter and summer ranges.
Well, thank you. We agree with you that you are the experts in that realm, and happy to hear that your team's still diving in with the BLM. And I do want to shout out, you have a great staff member in Taylor Elm in your Northwest region. So thanks for supporting him.
Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you, Jeff. I think I lost track of the order, but I think Merritt is next.
Merritt Lincoln, Grand County Commissioner.
What generation ranch and all that stuff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Jeff, for being here and also for taking on what I believe to be a very difficult role. And that being said is because of, and you even said it, is the trust. And I think that's critical to keep the trust between our landowners, producers, and CPW on the ground, boots on the ground people. And I think that has been eroded with some of the mixed message that have came down lately. I think Josh and Travis went and tested that, he talked to them. And they're the boots on the ground people that deal with the producers. When there's an issue with elk in the haystack or wolf in the sheep or whatever, they used to be, pick up the phone and call your CPW guy. I'm not so sure that's the number one thing anymore. And I guess my question to you would be, and I'm gonna give a little more context for my question, is you talked about being holistic and systemic. How do you, as CPW director, how are you going to work to build back that trust throughout the organization? And deal with those mixed messages coming down from DNR, from the governor, that gets to the boots on the ground people to build back that trust. And another thing, even this Keep Colorado Wild, I think when a rancher sees that, it's like, gosh, they're gonna turn my ranch into just another national park and just hands off. Maybe not, but I just think because of that lack of trust, it makes people skeptical of the intentions that are coming down through CPW. And again, thanks for being here. Thanks for taking the questions.
Yeah, thank you. So if I miss any part, please tune me out. I'm interested to know more about the mixed messages. If those are coming from CPW, maybe certain ones I'm most interested in. My supervisor is the executive director of the Ohio Board of Education. Under that, we work with the administration as well as all of you. So it's complicated, to say the least. In my mind, say this, I live this, I try to live it anyway, like I serve 5.8 million people. That means if I really want to keep my job, I got to govern for everyone within the authorities and the resources that are given to us by the General Assembly, the federal government, and signed off by the executive branch, right? So it's probably not a very good answer, but to stay focused on the science. When I say the science, we also want to stay focused on the social science, the social impacts, as well as economic impacts. Now, I don't necessarily have a natural resources economist on staff yet, but it is something that for me, if you're going to serve the public, you got to understand what the biological stuff is saying, what the social needs expectations are, what the value systems are, in what areas, and do your best to make decisions that meet the most or the greatest good for the most folks going forward. So interested in knowing a little bit more about some specific examples where we could probably do better as a CPW with our messaging. When it comes to Keep Colorado Wild, we have I'm going to argue that CPW, sometimes folks say parks and wildlife should have never merged. If you're trying to serve 5.8 million people, parks and wildlife together is a great way to do it, because not everyone hunts and fishes, not everyone's a watching wildlife person. But as we've already come up today, recreation is a big thing, and I think it's going to only get bigger. As Colorado's population grows and people the front range want to get out into nature, right? So having the ability to create parks, and I'll say this as coming from a state that has the world's largest hatchery system, also the oldest hatchery system. If we don't continue to invest in the parks that we do have, the operation and maintenance, then those things fall apart. The public gets mad. People don't go to a state park, they instead go to the Forest Service trails or whatever, right? So balancing all of those needs and expectations is an important part. The other thing is, if I remember correctly, about 50% above some baseline number goes to wildlife conservation as well. And I think that's where you'll see CPW having a greater opportunity to invest in private lands conservation efforts. Ranching for wildlife is hugely important. Colorado has a lot of public lands. Colorado's public lands have a lot of demands put on them, as you all know. And we can't meet our mission, especially on the wildlife management side of things. And the key part for me is it's not just current generations, our mission says future generations, right? So even all of you doing what you do in the future is a key component of our success in delivery. So we're not gonna be able to do that without private management. staying connected with us. We get that wolves is challenging, especially the West Slope relationships. We don't want to go back 23 years where ranchers lock their gates. That's not going to be good for CPW. It's not going to be good for wildlife conservation going forward. So I got a lot to learn. I'm happy. I'm always listening to understand. So please hit me up, whether it be here before I leave or I have some business cards I can pass out to that offline, and I'm happy to work my back right off.
No, I'm sorry, because we're already over and I told Wendell this next. So sorry, and Steve, we will not have to going over, but we can talk to him at break, we can talk to him at lunch. And I think we'll find a little overlap as the ag committee goes. So don't think you're gonna lose your opportunity to ask questions. Wendell, I hope it's short.
It is. Welcome and congratulations on your position. I'm Wendell Koontz from Delta County. I've got one specific budget related question and a piece of advice. The budget question, will CPW's budget for wolf management include the incidental costs beyond depredation reimbursement? And I'm talking trucks, staff time, uniforms, computers. As a sportsman dollars should not be supporting wolf management. That should be borne by the General Assembly. And that's also for Senator Pelton, Will, and Speaker McCluskey, who's on Zoom with us. I feel very strongly about it because we oppose the wolf introduction, and those management costs should be borne by the people of the state of Colorado. So the piece of advice I have for you would be take your daughter fishing, not just.
That you're on canvas and actually has the evidence. Nice, appreciate that. Yeah, couldn't agree more on the sports person's contributions to the agency and how we need to like keep the lines of or the fund integrity right there. I will thank the General Assembly. They passed legislation this last session that helps us with non-lethal funding revenue streams and helps with some of the depredation pieces. You had a great meeting. I think there were folks here from Gunnison, so I had the privilege of meeting with the governor of Gunnison livestock growers and heard loud and clear, hey folks, that's cool, you got non-lethal money. Does labor costs, is labor costs included in that? And so we're looking into the two pots of money that we got, the general wolf management pot of money and then the non-lethal pieces, just to make sure that, you know, if you're, especially if you're doing non-lethals, you got to move stuff around. You got to, these animals are pretty smart. They learn pretty quickly. And so you got to stay on your A game. And we just want to make sure that those ranchers have the resources that that they need, including the of that, to make sure that we're doing the best we can with these livestock.
We are running out of time on this issue, but our resolution's wildlife management. So you can see this whole period of time, we're gonna have opportunities to branch off into questions.
The speaker wants to respond.
Please do. And I also want to introduce everyone that we do have Senator Perry Mill joined us up at the table, former wildlife manager. So we're so glad he's here to join us today. Speaker, we'd love to hear what you have to say. Thank you very much for joining us again today.
Yes, and sorry, I can't be there in person. I haven't heard this entire conversation, so I want to start by saying, you know, bridging the urban-rural divide is a constant focus for many of us here in the legislature, particularly for me in leadership and helping so many of our urban cousins understand our challenges. If there are specific issues that any of you want to speak to me about, I'd love to engage. I want to quickly address wolves. And Commissioner Koontz, hear your concerns. Very disappointed about the veto that we got on our bill regarding the 10J. And even our compensation bill, while pleased we got that across the finish line, we now have that pot of money for depredation. We know there are going to be additional impacts. And so I am committed to making sure that we monitor closely what comes next with wolf reintroduction. And if we can talk about, stay in touch on what additional resource needs you may have or other policy approaches that we can take in statute, because we know as a referendum, the overarching goal is one thing, but the details within the plan and those things we can do in statute are still open and broad. So look forward to more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You couldn't have concluded this section better. Thank you so much for joining us again for the second day. It has been such a rich ability to reach out to some of our elected officials. Jeff, thank you for sitting on the hot spot. Next, I'd like to introduce Senator Rod Pelton. He already told us that he's county commissioner, a state representative representing 13 counties, I think you said, in southeast Colorado. But the reason I reached out across the divide is because he happens to have grown up with Perry Will in Cheyenne Wells. So these guys are, I don't know, they're in cahoots a little bit. I'm sure you could. But one of the things I want you all to know, and I found out Montrose when we did legislative updates, how few people really understood there's 31 new legislators in the Congress, in our legislature this year, and we only have 5. Sometimes you can stretch it to 6 if you look at their relatives of people that grew up ranching, farming, irrigating. It's not a deep bench. And so that's why I felt like we could reach across the divide and talk. We know we have Perry Will, we know we have Mark Hackman, we know we have Cleveson, but connecting the dots to the other rural folks that are facing the same challenges we do. And we just heard Madam Speaker speak about what can we do to bridge the urban-rural divide. And I'm picking his brain. And we want to pick his brain. What are they doing? What are we doing? So we're constantly trying to mend that fence. So Perry's here. He's going to react with Rod Pelton, Senator Pelton. Thank you very much for coming and joining Club 20 and joining us as a member. Thank you.
First off,
There it is.
First off, I'd like to thank Nancy and Cindy for having me here. When I'm done, then you guys can say whether it was worth it. As I mentioned earlier, some of the things I've done, I guess I consider myself, I've done a lot of things, but I've not mastered anything yet. And one of the things I have not mastered is the mending that fence between rural and urban. When I became the county commissioner, growing up and living in a frontier county my whole life, I took it upon myself to go to Denver to talk to the fellow commissioners. When I went to the Capitol to interact with them, to tell our story, because our story is being told, but if it's not being told by producers, it's not going to have the true slant that I feel it needs. Everybody kind of has their angle that they try to bring. Our education system, unfortunately, is bringing some things to the agriculture and rural communities that aren't necessarily good, in my opinion. I'm glad to see Senator Will here. Nancy kind of mentioned he was born and raised in Cheyenne Wells. The other Senator Pelton, my second cousin, was born and raised in Cheyenne Wells. 10% of the Colorado senators were born and raised in Cheyenne Wells. Well, at that time, so I think we have a pretty good influence in that building.
Perry's dad was even my school bus driver. So our roots go way back. But I have taken it very seriously to try to tell our story at the Capitol. I think that's my biggest charge there. I'm very passionate about rural and agriculture. You know, that's my life. But my biggest charge is making those relationships with the urban legislators, to tell them what it takes to live out in rural Colorado, the challenges we have, that it is different than it is in the city. And there's a mindset in the cities that we're a drain on the front range, when actually our revenue and our highways directly benefit them. If they eat, if they wear clothes, if they, whatever they drink, comes on a truck and it comes across our highways to get to the front range. The other Senator Pelton and myself and two state representatives from out there on the Eastern Plains held the ag and energy tour this summer, about a month ago. They used to do that and it kind of died away with COVID and stuff, and so we decided to revive it. At the least amount of urban legislators we had, 7 up to 11 urban legislators, Democrat, Republican. I thought that was a very, very good starting point. We had the President Pro Tem of the Senate come. He spent both days on that tour with us, and they got to hear firsthand from dairies, from fruit and vegetable growers on the direct impacts that the ag worker labor bill had. And we got a commitment from the President Pro Tem to make some changes to that bill next year. Whether that will happen or not still is to be seen, but I take him as a man of his word, and so I think that was, again, taking those people out into the rural part of the state to hear from the producers, to hear about the unintended consequences and the impacts that some of the legislation that they vote on have on rural Colorado. Because they don't know about ag, they don't know about rural, but they vote on it every day they win. And so I think that's a great success story. We're planning on bringing that out to the Western Slope next year, and also having an economic development tour in the Eastern Plains next summer. So we're going to start trying to kind of alternate those between the Western Slope and the Eastern Plains, because as was mentioned earlier, we have a lot of the same challenges. You know, you guys have mountains, we have flat plains, but we still have a lot of the same challenges. And until we tell those urban legislators, they just don't get it. Being a former county commissioner, I'm very much about local control, and that was under direct attack this year at the state legislature. From your local zoning, for your municipalities, you name it. And local control is so important in the state of Colorado. It's in our state constitution. I hope we taught some people some things on that. When you get right down to it, and the county commissioners in the room know, the biggest component of that job, this job, is relationships. Because very well, and I served in majorities of minorities, big minorities. The only way a Republican bill gets anywhere is with a Democrat on board. Them signed on to that bill, which means we have to go talk to them. We have to sell our bill to them. And thankfully, we still have a little bit of respect there for rural and agriculture. Every election, it gets a little bit less, but we still have that. I'm one that I can sit up here and, well, I can't talk all day. Some politicians could, but I'd like for Perry to say some words, and then I'm very much about just communicating with you guys, because I can talk all day, and if I don't address what's on your mind, it's wasted time. With that, let Perry talk.
Thank you, Rod. Can you hear me all right? Good. Yeah, so, Rod mentioned that. I gotta mention one other thing about, us all growing up in China Wells. So Senator Pelton, Byron Pelton, from out in Eastern Plains, his dad and I went to school together. And, his dad shot me. True story. And, so we laughed about that a lot on the Senate floor, but, we were duck hunting kids and we were jump shooting ducks and I was on the west side of the pond and Doug was on the right side and we sneaked through the weeds and jump up and jump shoot these ducks. So they're, yay high off the water and head north and we start going boom, boom, boom. And about the third shot, Tud let off. I could see he was lined up up me and I turned just in time. And I got shotgun fellas and it drew blood and I'm kind of rubbing fellas out of my cheek and saying some unkind words to me. And this is how the Pelton bar, I'm gonna throw Rod right into me. And the fun here, we get back together and he's looking it over and he goes, it's not that bad, you try maybe something. So that's a little insight into the Pelton family. And I remember as a kid, my grandma and everyone told me, don't marry into the Pelton. They're really gonna help. And Rod can attest now, my family's a bit of me. Well, they kind of lost track of it. But enough of that, but I want to say, and I know the speaker's listening, but us West Slope legislators, Democrat or Republican, we stick together, we do things, especially for the West Slope. And us rural legislators, in real only 4 of us in the Senate, it's 23-12 in the Senate, and it's 46-19 in the House. And Rod mentioned the only way to get anything done is with the Democrat on board and a bipartisan way and those bills. And, sometimes we tend to focus on all the bad stuff. We pass a lot of good legislation, bipartisan legislation that benefits all of Colorado, and that means urban and rural. Wolves were mentioned, and I've been really involved with all the wolf districts all along. And all the director spoke of there was a question about the funding, and 2 years ago I ran that bill where both portions of dollars can be used for the reintroduction of wolves. But talking about the rural and urban divide, and we've said it many times over there, you could not have driven a bigger state between rural and urban than with the wolf reintroduction. You could not have driven a bigger state dividing it. And it's on the bills we ran this year, of course, 2 of them passed, the license plate bill and then the compensation bill. And then of course the governor vetoed 256. The situation was that is we handed the governor a political win and we handed the governor a policy win. We didn't recommend it. So when we start talking about rural and urban divide issues, we're not there because the governor didn't recognize it. That was only an insurance policy. Hopefully we're gonna get 10 days. It was an insurance policy to make sure we had it before the wolf reintroduction happened. And I don't understand that side of it and why that was, but the governor chose to veto it, and that's not an East Slope or West Slope issue. It's really a rural issue. 75% of the population of this state lives within 25 miles of I-25. That's what Rod and I, another rural legislator, fight against every day. Ballot box biology is why we have Prop 114. Plain and simple. Ballot box biology is the worst way in the world to manage your wildlife resources in the state. We have the professionals to know how to do it. Let's trust in them, let them manage their wildlife resources. I can tell you, I spent 40 years doing it, and the guy in the back of the room, Ron Glorious, that like 47, 48. I can tell you, we manage wildlife to the best of our ability, and that's how it needs to continue to happen. This stuff is putting it out the vote. It's killing the state, killing our wildlife resource, and it puts CPW in a really tough spot. And Prop 114 really put CPW in a tough spot. Really tough spot. And we should not be doing that. The other policies that come out from underneath that gold dome, and I think from the energy related standpoint, we're sacrificing our rural communities at the altar of climate change. And we just can't do that. And what Rod and I try to work with and other legislators like with our urban friends is that, look, these are families out there that live out there on my coal or Craig plant, right? These are the same kind of families raising kids, playing soccer, playing baseball, playing football, you know, raising their families, and they need a job to do that. And they're no different than our urban friends. And we need to convey that message. You know, we can't just jerk that carpet out from under these people with these jobs. And it's a tough sell. It's a really tough sell. But, you know, it's just, and, you know, actually, the Uncle Larry and I talked about this a lot. Everyone in this room probably understands our rural culture, our rural way of life. You know, it's culture is ingrained within it. And riding for the brand, right? We ride for the brand. It's just like Rod and I are other legislators. We're riding for the brand. We're riding for our constituents. Whether it's Senate District 5 or House District 65 or 35 and Senate. So we know about riding for the brand. That I can tell you, our urban friends do not understand that. They just flat don't understand it. Where everyone in this room, I think, does understand that. We've got a tough job there, and I can tell you, with the supermajority to have in the House and almost in the Senate, it's pretty tough, you know, if you even listen to it. Now, we have great legislative friends, great Democrat friends, right? But as a whole, to get everyone to listen to it, I think it was brought up how many new freshman legislators, 32 or whatever it is. That's a boatload of new legislators that think they can change the world, and they don't really understand how it all works over there. So, you know, and Rob mentioned about, you know, the ranchers and farmers putting food on our plates and our tables. I heard this the other day, and I kept this quote because it really resonated with me, is that, and this young lady said that the food on your plate is brought to you by passion, not profit. And every ag producer in this room can understand that. But that's so true. It's brought to you that. But, you know, I talked about the wolf thing, but kind of skipping over into like rural healthcare. For 2 years, I ran the physician's assistance bill. Got my rear end kicked, local legislative session, trying to get PAs. Ron has St. Joseph Hospital in Plains out there, very small hospital. Trying to convey what rural Colorado needs. And if you're in Walden, Colorado, and you get knocked off your horse, and you broke your arm or broke your leg, whatever, you know, you need some medical care. You want to get to the clinic or the hospital or whatever. And you don't care if PA treats you or an MD, right? We need PAs in rural Colorado. The bill passed this year. Thank goodness it passed this year. Because rural Colorado really needs that. And I remember, you know, like this, but I remember the second year I was on that PA bill and getting trounced. And I was getting trounced by the MDs, the doctors. And I was so angry that I wasn't going to get that bill out of committee. my partner Scott in committee was, I said, you know, I've been around Colorado a long time. I've been to a lot of different cemeteries. And not one from the tombstone, as I've seen grave treated by MD or PA. Those cemeteries are full of all of them stupid mistakes. That didn't go over very good.
Harry, I want you to know that sitting on our screen is our Madam Speaker, and she's been going like this. She heard yes, and we'd like her to weigh in with her comments, because it's been great to have this many people that are trying to help us in the legislature, which should help us go home feeling a little bit more optimistic. So, Madam Speaker, before she speaks, before the speaker, one last comment, and then we'll get to the speaker.
I love Madam Speaker. We run a lot of good bills together.
She's a Western Sloper, you can tell. Thank you. Comments?
Yes, thank you so much. And a shout out to two very strong advocates for rural Colorado, Senator Will and Senator Pelton. You're two of the best, and you have worked admirably to help bridge that urban-rural divide in such constructive ways. I want to thank you, Senator Pelton, for the Ag Tour again this year. I was able to go last year, not this year, but both of you have made tremendous inroads in helping some of my urban colleagues understand our challenges out here. I wanted the room to know that 88% of the bills that passed in the 2023 legislative session did garner bipartisan support. So Republicans and Democrats really do come together on the majority of our legislation. That doesn't mean that we don't have differences. And I think there continue to be opportunities for us to listen and learn from each other. I am, as I said earlier, very committed to making sure we do that. But I want the room to know that so often we do find common ground. We may not agree on every aspect of a particular policy that's coming forward, but I really am pleased that voices like Senator Wills and Senator Pelton's are heard. I miss them in the House, actually. They were both representatives alongside me in my first session, and it's hard not to have them over here in the House of Representatives. But again, just really hope that whether it's on water, wildfire, wolves, other public land, or Western Slope rural issues, that we'll have the opportunity to work together and bring forward legislation that really does benefit all. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make a quick comment. I do not miss being in the House. Always like it to the House is the cage fight, and the Senate is the chessman. We do our work during the day, and we go home at night. We go home on the weekends, because that's 2 days that nothing is moving in the House. They had some long hours, a lot of Saturdays and Sundays this day. But the Madam Speaker is right. 85 to 90% of the bills running that Capitol are the people's bills. They're Colorado. They're bipartisan. A lot of them garner a lot of votes from both sides. Quite a few unanimous votes. It's that 10 to 15% that you always hear about that are so contentious, that are, partisan bills. But I just want everybody to know that's the one bright spot. Is a lot of the stuff we do is for the people of Colorado, and it's bipartisan.
Now I'd like to open the floor to questions and answers. And I did see Ray Beck's hand go up first. So now we're going to have one interchange. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I want to just give a shout out to the Speaker and both our senators before us today. Thank you for your service. Club 20 appreciates the Western Slope. And we know you're outnumbered. We know you have a tough job. And I really appreciate the fact that you're standing up for local control. You know, being a former Malta County Commissioner, Mayor, Council member, I get it. And so explaining that to others, we know that bill is gonna come back. And so we gotta continue to fight for it. My question to you guys is, you know, when we went out there, Club 20 did our legislative meeting with Action 22, Rest 15. I thought that was a really good meeting. We had a breakfast there with our representatives. I think that was much needed, and heard a lot of good feedback from that from our representatives. So going forward, what can Club 20 do to help you guys be successful, ultimately making us all successful? Thank you.
Yes, the only real tip that I have is to be engaged. You know, one good thing came out of COVID was now you can testify from your home, from your pickup with your phone. You don't have to go to Capitol, you don't have to go to college for remote testimony. Because your testimony, your story goes a long way towards influencing the decisions being made. Have your director send us emails whenever there are bills that directly affect you guys. Send them to the whole legislature, because you're preaching to the choir when you're sending them to us, but we still like to hear it. But just be engaged, have those conversations, relationships. I'll say it again. Between you guys, between us, the rest of the legislature, it's relationship.
I agree 100%. One thing I would add to that is having a president of Club 20 now is huge. I know Ron and I, you know, sent out about the bill in your position. I support, we definitely look at them. And I know we looked at it in 15, 22 and all that. We do look at those because we want to see what your position is on those bills. So that's very helpful. But I think the number one thing for me, and you know, Mike and I talked about it, having a presence at the Capitol, whether that be residents, lobbyists, whatever, but a presence there, and making sure Club 20 is relevant, right? Because I can tell you there's some people down there that go, "What's Club 20?" That's not good. You heard too, what's Club 20 or what's Club 15 or. So relevance is huge.
Good comments. And I think keep in mind what Senator Pelton said about green tours. Because I think that's a real role Club 20 to do. Callie asked about it, getting people out here to see us on the ground. And we want to be a part of that. You guys have started it over there, but I think that's a recurring thing I hear from Montrose County, Delta County. Get the people out here who can get them to drive 5 hours to come over here, or 8 hours, depending on where you go on the western slope. It's an extra burden than staying on their side of the mountain. So I think I saw Merritt next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you guys for being here. So I'm gonna actually go off of what Ray said, because I was going to talk the same thing, what can we do to help? And I would volunteer for me personally to help as a past year at county commissioner, sit on the basic roundtable, was on the technical working group, whatever. I can be at the Capitol in less than 2 hours physically, if that's useful. So I would offer that if that's useful for you guys. And then I also did want to shout out to Speaker McCluskey for mentioning the 3 West Slope W's: water, wildfires, and wolves. So thank you, and I appreciate your work on all these West Slope issues. And I know she's on the different side of the table sometimes, but she supports West Slope issues. Thank you.
And I'll just add, I always like it whenever Merritt shows up at the Capitol. I like it when anybody shows up. That shows that they're being engaged, because we're making decisions every day that affect your everyday life. So when you're there in person, that is huge. So thank you for coming there.
Yeah, yes, that's huge. And that goes back to what I said. I did the Sheriff's Association, made a real concerted effort last year. One of the county sheriffs there, every week there's Capitol, it was noticed, and people noticed.
Okay, Cindy and then Kelly.
Cindy Dozier from Montrose County, and I just want to share a tiny story real quick. One of the first times I met with Rod Pelton, he was a county commissioner. We were sitting with Janet Arndt, having coffee and discussing industrial. And to me, that was an example of all of us having a focused goal and working towards it together. And the words I keep hearing this morning is local control. Do you think the phrase local control resonates with urban and rural people alike? Could that be a unifying phrase across the board?
Unfortunately, we have a different meaning for local control. In the administration, we have a local control is whenever yeah, the fork and spoon, I remember that, sitting down and having that breakfast. It's unfortunately, it's closed now. You would think that would be a good unifying message with place to start things. But in my opinion, you know, local control has been polluted by different people. I wish we could get back there because that's what this state, you know, is all about, local control.
Quick answer to that, it does not. Definitely does not.
Thank you both very much for all of your time and effort, and as well as the speaker. I guess I hear you say a presence at the Capitol, and I just, based on my experience, I'd like to have you expand upon that just a little bit. Do you think that there's value in having somebody there all the time, or is there more value in having us show up on a specific issue, point in time, and so forth?
Thanks, Kelly, and I think a presence all the time would be great. The presence all the time, each of you certainly through would be the best case scenario, in my opinion. It's about relevance. And then, you know, when you're there, you can talk about particular bill, whatever, you know, whatever the issue of the week is. And, but I think a constant presence would be a great thing.
So I've had several people outside of my district come and sit down with me in my office. We can always coordinate, you know, scheduling through our aides and stuff. But that's very helpful. I mean, you can catch legislators out in the hallways, but coming and having a one-on-one conversation in their offices and to really, you know, it has more impact, I think. You can talk about some issues, some bills coming up that directly affect you and give them what you feel are unintended consequences. So sometimes that sit down at the desk is really impactful.
I'm going to add something that I've heard is that after COVID, you guys haven't, not you guys specifically, but at the legislature, office hours aren't what they used to be pre-COVID. Can you speak to that?
So I'm going to give a partisan answer. The Republicans' offices have always been there. Our aides have always been there, except for in 2020 when they first shut down and they came back, finish up in May and June. The Democrat aides finally were all in the building this year. So it's been a slow process. The Republicans, though, we work for you guys and we have to be accessible. We always answer the phones and answer the emails. Some of the Democrat legislators were a little slower coming around to do that, but they're there. So I think from here forward, it'll be kind of business as usual, be pre-COVID.
Brad?
I promise Nancy I'd keep this short, but Chair Club 20. I think your point's very well taken. We've actually had a lot of conversations about how we expand improve our representation, capital, and certainly on a regular basis. In addition to that, and Senator Will, I really like the way you described the combination of the two. Obviously, if we had a full-time advocate there, that'd be outstanding, but also have our individual presence is also necessary. Senator Belton, I want to thank you for coming out as early as yesterday and spending time last night with us. We were able to have a moment here at Walden where everybody let their hair down, self included, as much as possible, but got to spend some time outside and develop a little fellowship. What can we do? What is the appetite? We talked about trying to expand tour ideas, other things to get, especially those more urban representatives, senators, to get an idea of what we're doing. What's the appetite like to get them to come out to places like this, or as when we've done our Voices of Rural Colorado and we hosted the reception and things like that, because it is about building relationships, it is about putting a face to a region and name. What is the appetite like to make that happen? How do we entice them to show up? We'd love to have a conversation with them. I think Jeff would contend that we didn't throw any tomatoes today. We actually just want to have conversations and ask questions. But I think that's the key to getting this done effectively. From your experience, your point of view, what can we best do to start getting that response?
I'll start with, I think the appetite is really there. It's just scheduling and trying to get, there's so many conferences and so many things going on. But I think the appetite from our urban legislators is definitely there. They want to come see what we do. They do. It's just, a lot of it's scheduling and those kind of issues. And, you know, lots of them have jobs, lots of them have families, you know, they got ball games. I mean, just like everything, right? So sometimes the scheduling is tough. And then when you got to come, you know, as convention, at least 4 hours, 5 hours, 8. So, but I think the appetite is definitely there. At least the ones we interact with, they love those kind of fears and learning.
And Senator Will's right. They want to learn about our country, where we live. On the tour we just did, we leased a van, so we all rode together. The ones that could only make one day, they took their own vehicles. But whenever we have a presenter, say for the South Platte River or something, in the van, we also were streaming it to the other vehicles by cell phones where they could still take part in that education. You use the word appetite. Free ribeyes get a lot of people.
I'm just going to mention, going up in September, right now, we'll have our meetings coming up, and we will have a steak Friday, we typically do, and I'll find every other excuse for a tour around it. You can help get them on the bus. We'll feed you steaks. We'll come and put that together.
Thank you. And we have one more question.
It's just a comment.
Doug Monger said, with the urban rural divide, I wonder if it's time to elaborate on rural's displeasure of the representation at the State House. About 2004, there was an effort orchestrated out of the Eastern Plains as well as on the Western Slope to have the Senate continue as represented, but for the House, have one representative per county. We know it probably won't go anywhere with the voters, but saying we are unhappy is really saying we are unhappy with limited geographical representation.
And Doug is another person that was a county commissioner, same time I was. So kind of what he's talking about, back in 2012, we visited last night briefly about this, the 51st State Initiative. I was the first county commissioner to make the motion to place that on our ballot. Our county approved it. There were 5 counties out on the Eastern Plains. We're so fed up, our voters voted to secede from this state. Governor Hickenlooper thought it's no big deal, you just take care of it on our website. He said, excuse me, we have 25,000 to 30,000 people out here who leave this thing. We did get a meeting with him. After about 5 minutes, the secretary saying, "You got a meeting, you got a phone call." But his cabinet members stayed there. Every one of us counties brought a different point of displeasure. There were gun bills that were being run at that time. And several other things that were directly against our way of life. And part of what came out of that was the Phillips County proposal. which was to change one of the houses to have like one senator per county or one representative per county, because then it's 64 counties, 65 representatives. I like the idea of be more like the federal level, have one senator for every 2 counties. So that would make 32 senators and we have 35. So, you know, you're actually saving a little bit of money, but then rural actually has a voice. I can't remember, our state used to be represented that way, where only one chamber was population based. I think it's the mid-60s when that changed, where both of them were made population based. And as long as both chambers are population based, rural Colorado will come up on the short end of the stick.
Well, as a representative, you know, we represent about 77,000 people. So for me, that was Moffett, Drew Blank, Garfield County. And I remember when I first went over there, one of the urban legislators asked if I could walk my distance. Not on my best day when I was young. But they don't understand it, right? They don't understand. Because their district's a mile wide and 2 miles long. And they got 80,000 people. So I totally support, because rural Colorado would actually be represented if we done it this way. And my buddy in North Carolina legislator, I'm the congressional sports and rep for Colorado. And he comes to that. We were in Montana last year, but he's actually got a bill up to do that, the representation from each county. And so they kind of have the same issue, not the same issue as Colorado, but similar. So we'll see how that goes.
All those things take votes, and again, you don't have the numbers over here, but I do appreciate the conversation. Is there any questions behind me? Because we haven't, I can't really see if people behind questions.
Danny has one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question to you is there a possibility to run another bill that, like Senator Tech did 3 years in a row, to try and get ballot initiative to be a supermajority in each county? Can that bill be run again? And can we get support from the other side of the table to get that done?
The answer to that is you can be ran again. To get it done, I don't think.
Yeah, Senator Will's right. We can run any bill we want, as long as it's our first 5. But the appetite, I don't think is there. The cities and the Democrat majorities like the way things are going right now. They really don't want to be judged, in my opinion. There is a fairness issue to all this. Sometimes it appeals to the general public. So, you know, if it's a ballot initiative or something, you know, we could run a referendum to put it on the ballot. But again, Senator Will mentioned earlier about ballot biology. Well, we come up with the same type of things, policy issues being decided by the General Assembly when they, or the general public, when they don't really see the whole thing.
You know, Denny, that's just on 114, 81% of the funding for that came from out of state. So I know that's what we're up to. Go ahead.
We heard Madam Speaker talk about equity and fairness. So why can't both sides of the table get together and work on fairness? Because if you talk about fairness, then a 65 majority by the counties, ballot initiatives is fair.
I agree with you.
I've actually got a list of bills that I'm intending to propose this year, and I'll put that on my list.
I think that's been a very healthy, I appreciate this, Madam Speaker joining in, Harry being a part of this. We're going into wildlife management, which is not new to you guys, so our opportunities for further conversation is fine, but we need to go to resolutions now. I just wanted to mention one thing about tours. Because again, as I mentioned, I do more with water now. We've given tours to the Central Arizona Project, to the Imperial Valley, and we haven't given ones to the people on the Front Range. So that appetite conversation, I think we really need to follow that up. Because until they have a relationship with us, it's really hard for you guys to push some of our issues. So we want to help you, and we like the ideas that Eastern Slope is doing now, and we need to do it, I think, on the Western Slope as well. Perry, looks like you're gonna say something.
I did, I want to back up when you talked about access to your representatives and senators over there at the Capitol. And Senator Felton mentioned, coming to our office, we can have a one-on-one face-to-face stuff. Those are so valuable. I walked off the Senate floor, got bombarded with TV cameras and East High School students about the gun issues, right? The gun bill. Well, that's not very pleasant, and it's pretty tough. You really can't answer it because you're getting bombarded with comments but the next day I had 12 high school students in my office, and we had a real conversation. I got to convey my points. They understood and they got it. That was one-on-one. That was 12 students in each high school. Now in a mob, it didn't work at all. A dozen of them in my office did. So we're always accepting. And I'm 2 doors down from you, right?
You come to his office first.
You can tell which one's mine.
Guys, thank you so much for coming over. Rob? As we get into resolutions, one of the things that occurred to me, Jeff, is we should give you our wolf resolution. We spent so much time studying it, digging into it, and it would just give you a flavor of how hard we work on an issue, how many. We don't have to all reinvent ourselves every time we speak to somebody. So our resolutions really help us. So I'm going to make sure we get that resolution sent to you. And now you can watch us do a wildlife management one and see how the sausage is made. So this is what we did, folks. PLNR was one of the first to start the guiding principles. And the last area that we had to come up with the guiding principle had to be on hunting. And so we had an advisory committee this year, and we said, no, we like our guiding principles. So we grabbed our state wildlife management one. I'm not thinking we're looking at the right, the last one that we did, because I changed the word to it to state wildlife management to make it very clear it's a state guiding principle. And so we have an advisory committee. People weigh in, we share what the changes were, we weigh in again, and now it's up to this committee as a whole to adopt it only from this committee, and it actually gets totally voted on by the entire board of Club 20, which is 3 people from every county on the Western Slope, who actually adopts it as a formal resolution for Club 20 is the process. So that being the case, I'm already seeing hands up because to start with Ray, because we did so much, I kind of changed one and used the formal one and accepted changes from the beginning, but this is the red line version.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand how much work's been put into this, and I would assume you'd like to have a motion on the floor so we can have discussion. So that being said, I move that we move forward, approve this, adopt it, and send it forward for approval.
Is there a second? Wayne, Steve, everybody. As you'll see, at the bottom, we take what historically we had a lot of very specific resolutions on one species or another. It was too much to keep management up. So what we do is we archive those and we merge them into this one, but as you can see is at the bottom, we list all the ones, the old specific resolutions that the guiding principle covers. So if an issue came up on the bear, you still have the old bear resolution, but you use this as the guiding principle. And then it's up to our administration, our executive director, to look at the history or the science at that moment. Because what's the bear population doing today? You can't rely on a resolution written in, let's see, bear population was in 05. So that's part of how we try to use our resolutions, just for the new people in the room. Okay, conversation, Steve Childs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see three possible changes. One would be adding the state in the title that you suggested. Second, there's a misspelling on a whereas needs an E in it, next to last whereas. The substantive change would be on the second page. It's in the red line part where it is talking about managing black bear populations to the full extent. And one of the, I remember there was an email that another member suggested that we use manage predator populations to the full extent. I think that would be a good idea. Lions are a huge problem in part of the state. I know that CPW is doing a whole lot on the lion management already, but we have lions, we have bears, we have wolves as three predator populations that I think are important. All need to be managed by CPW. And so I think that changing, not just focusing on black bear, but on predators would be a better general policy.
We did have that. This is not the final red line version that we had, because that was also a comment from Hallie Henderson. And so there's going to be a little bit, it's not substantive. A comment that you gave to us might not be on this version, because he said, why aren't we talking about teaching people how to manage the people in our populations, how to manage wildlife, or how they're better, they're part of this whole wildlife management component. And let's look at the very last, whereas, yeah.
So the one in your packet is the red line that I got from Nancy. The one that I have up here now is the final one that you accepted all the changes to, but I wanted folks to be able to see the red line since we do have to approve the red line.
Okay. Yeah, because we made so many, it's hard to read at the end, but at the very end, we talked about the habitat partnership programs and the education CPW already does about living with wildlife. So that actually exists in our state. And so we wanted to acknowledge that CPW already does some of that outreach.
So this one does have black bear populations still in it. Are we wanting to change that to predator?
And to change that black bear to predator.
Are there any other changes? If obviously I have to go over it one more time, Brittany, to make sure all the changes, because we had about 3 different versions going through before it'll go to the big board to be adopted. So we'll be very clear when we get to the full board in the fall meeting. Wayne, oh, Jeff.
Thanks, sorry to butt into the voting discussion.
No, you're more than welcome. You're one of us.
I just want to clarify. I've been in a lot of conversations when people speak to predators. They're really speaking to bears, lions, and wolves. I just want to say there's a ton of other, what I would throw into predators, right? Like all the way down to skunks, right? So just want to clarify, like, are you seeking the broader definition of predators, or are we really talking about some of the big ones like the bears, the lions, the wolves, like coyotes?
Honey?
Thank you, Bonnie Brown, Colorado Wolverines. I would suggest that we leave that as predators as we look at oncoming wolverines and grizzlies and, you know, this goes on. So we don't have to keep revisiting this. I think just leaving predators and the context is appropriate.
Hope we don't go all the way down to skunks. Mary?
Just a question for director, would predators, would that give you guys a leeway? I mean, I'm guessing that you don't actively manage skunks as a predator. So that might, I think what Bonnie's saying does cover it. Does that work for you guys in terms of management if this becomes policy? Well, I think Bonnie brings up a valid point that as new critters come into the landscape, so far, I've been involved in any grizzly conversations. Definitely Wolverine conversations have been ongoing since 2012, 2013. So I guess part of me is we're engaged in bears, cougars, wolves in spades. We spend a lot of time having those conversations both inside the agency, both with local governments, with our sports persons. So I don't know how to answer, like having a really broad that goes all the way down to skunks. Do I think that we manage skunks now? Probably just a little tiny bit interested how we think about wildlife management, but also thinking about the future. Like we don't know what will happen to some of those species and whether or not we'll have to be more engaged in some of the management moving forward. But also I suspect you could change your guiding principles as that landscape changes as well.
I think that this is broad enough that we expect this committee, when an issue comes up, when we will have another role at certain times to broaden it if we think we need to. So I need to bring it to a vote, but Brad has one more comment and then we'll bring it to a vote.
I was just gonna make one clarification, as one of the individuals on that. Made that choice. It was remembering this is a guiding. This isn't something that, you know, the Department of Wildlife is gonna be looking at on a regular basis, but it gives our director and staff enough leeway to respond. If there's an epidemic of skunks, we need to have CPW step up and start managing them better. We need to be able to say, damn it, start managing skunks. So that's why the guiding principle, we wanted that broad. So that's, I would just leave it there and not talk about this.
Mimi Ray.
Yeah, real quick, just so everybody understands, we have a resolution on the books under ag that addresses predator control. So if we need to expand that and be more specific, we can do that at our next meeting. Thank you.
That today, if we need to, since that is on our agenda. So that being the case, I'm closing the conversation. All those in favor of sending this to the board meeting in the fall meeting, please respond by saying aye.
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 All opposed? It'll go to fall meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you for our speakers. Thank you all. It's another robust PLNR meeting.
There's the next spelling.
Okay.
We're gonna jump right in here to ag.
We are starting our ag meeting, so if you have any side conversations, please take those out to the hall so that we can get started and be respectful to our speakers.
All right, so Ron's joining me. We'll go ahead and start with our welcomes. I'll read this, and then I'll let Ron take over. But he wants to lead the introduction as well. So in accordance with our bylaws, we ask that we turn.
Guys,
Sorry, Brent.
guys, I'm gonna be rude. I'm gonna be the chair. And I'm gonna say, if you wanna have the side conversations, God bless you. And I think that's awesome. That's what we're here for. Have them outside or have them in the hallways. We've got our ag committee stepping up and they're gonna start doing their stuff right now. So be polite and courteous to that as well. Okay, thanks.
What? Well, we're already 10 minutes behind.
So in accordance with our bylaws, we ask that all current public participate in public matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a public member, please see member of our staff or Rebecca, who's not actually our. Those seated in front of the microphone, please do not turn on your microphone. The chair has acknowledged you. And turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. Those in the back of the room, the phone staff will be walking around. So we'll now have Brittany introduce everybody that's online.
Joining us online is Carlisle Courier with Colorado Farm Bureau, Chelsea Mira, Doug Monger from Routt County, who is a rancher, Jennifer O'Heron from Rio Blanco County, Julia Courier, Colorado West Land Trust, Liz Smith, Gunnison County, and Robbie LaValle.
Well, we'll start around the table. They can basically, so we'll start with Mr. Jeffries.
R. Wayne Jeffries, Lapota County, Lois Dunn, Mesa County.
Callie Switchfield, Rio Blanco, County. Douglas Creek and White River Conservation District. Bonnie Brown, Colorado Rivers Association.
Brad McLeod, Mesa County, Excel Energy, and Club 20 Chair.
Bonnie Peterson, Mesa County.
Merritt Lemke, Grand County, I'm sitting here with all my friends.
This county.
Wait till,
Tom Clench, Moffitt County.
McKenna Farley, Western Colorado Field Representative for Congressman Lauren Boebert.
Mark Fackler, Durango.
Kathy Beckler Durango.
Elijah Waters, BLM Colorado, Northwest District, Craig.
Sorry, Travis Black, Northwest. Colorado.
Tim Redmond, Brown County Commission.
Matt Schuler, Jackson County Star and Host.
Adam Fresh, Picken County.
Andrea Fields, Pinnacle Public Affairs.
Still Jeff Davis from CPW.
John Fisher from Montrose.
Danny Barron's Sportsman's Advocate.
Ray Beck's made his way up to the table, so let him introduce himself.
Frederick, membership chair for Club 20, former Monmouth County Commissioner, co-chair for transportation.
Else, yeah, I don't think our incoming chair announced himself yet. Sorry about that. Too much coffee. Michael Murphy, Hinsdale County Chair-elect.
telecommunications co-chair. Gunnison Basin Roundtable. Right, so before we jump in, I just want to thank again our sponsors. Our meeting sponsor is Colorado Space Systems Roundtable. So we'll give them a round of applause. And then our committee sponsors are Mark and Captain Backlers. We appreciate all of that. So with that, as you've heard Nancy talk about the last couple of days, Chelsea brought up the first item on our agenda for ag is the new public lands rule that the BLM came out with this spring. It's obviously going to affect a wide variety of different organizations and public lands, obviously, like Nancy mentioned. So we wanted to have the BLM here because I know even being part of Colorado Farm Bureau, Carlisle and has had meetings with BLM staff in Washington. We still are not completely sure on what exactly this rule does. So I just asked the vice Doug to be here to just kind of explain to us what this rule is. I mean, keep in mind it's not coming from them, it's coming from Washington, but hopefully we can get some at least clarifications on what this rule does and what we have to worry about and what we don't. So with that, I'll ask Elijah to go ahead and sit in front of them.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I don't think Doug's on the line.
He is not. If he jumps on, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I didn't think he was on it. Did Gordon Tate, he's available, but we need to call him.
Can you speak closer into the microphone?
Sorry, we actually had a statewide leadership team meeting this week. We were all at that, and so I had to drive up here from Gunnison last night. So sorry you didn't get the 18. So I did kind of did call with Doug Gordon and kind of go over where we are and how we got here. I think that's kind of what Danny wants me to go over. So as you know, there was a proposed public land rule issued a couple of months ago. And we ended up extending the comment period on that a couple of extra weeks. So it actually closed July the 10th. So during that time, we met with various interest groups. We heard loud and clear from a lot of interest groups that they felt like this was a surprise, that, you know, this was kind of sprung on them, that normally something of that magnitude, we would consult ahead of time, but kind of just put that before we. So we definitely heard that. We definitely different counties, basically anybody that asked for technology and do that with them. Also, I want to point out that Gordon Taves, again, our associate state director, he was one of the key players kind of in writing the rule, writing the proposed rule. So he came out a lot, you know, just being blunt, he kind of got thrilled by some audiences and said to make sure that I pass along hello to all of his new friends during this process. So anyway, we heard from a lot of different groups. We also went out to the employees as well, because you know there was a lot of employees, including myself, that didn't know that this was being crafted, either it was kind of being done at a higher level. And so we went out to employees, and over 1/3 of BLM Colorado employees submitted comments as well. So clearly, you know, a lot of interest. So what we did the state of Colorado, we consolidated and summarized those comments that we heard from various interest groups, and have a copy of the letter that is signed by Doug Vilsack that went to the headquarters office, kind of summarized. And Gordon asked me not to share it because it's considered deliberative. But I do want to kind of point out some things and read from it, just to kind of hopefully just hear everybody that we heard of. So let's see. We met with, you know, I told you, various interest groups, recreation groups, oil and gas industry, conservation organizations, state of Colorado, different counties, municipalities, other individuals and groups. And so we summarized kind of the 4 key points that we heard from our stakeholders. And one, that we heard from various conservation organizations and wildlife focus groups, as well as some elected officials, and we'll be clear, it wasn't all, but some that were in support of it. So there was clearly some, one side that was support. Some of the concerns that we heard were some stakeholders are concerned about the impact of conservation leasing on other uses and users of BLM lands. And so our comments on this is this misperception could be addressed by considering changes to the definitions of protection, restoration, and conservation in the proposed rule. It may also be appropriate to refer to conservation leases as restoration and mitigation leases to clarify the intent of that tool. So, if I'm misrepresenting any specific comments, by all means, you're gonna have to follow up on that. So I think, I just want, the point of me reading this is, assure you that we heard, we're addressing some of these. And Gordon, being kind of one of the key players in this, I had a conversation with him this morning about this. He said that word, that term conservation lease is coming out, however that, whenever we get to a final rule. And I have no idea when that would be, but I'll speak more on that later. Then some users of BLM lands expressed concern about how the proposed rule could impact their existing rights of operation. So that was a big thing that we heard. Says it may be appropriate to articulate opportunities for existing rights holders to partner with BLM in implementation of the rule, particularly with respect to conservation leasing. Grazing lessees, for example, are some of our most important conservation partners on both public and private lands here in Colorado. So we definitely recognize that grazing permittees or conservationists, you have an important role in this. Recognize that conservation and grazing are the path. Then the fourth point that we kind of summarized, and I'll be real quick on this. Many stakeholders, as well as BLM, expressed concern about whether BLM is appropriately staffed and resourced to implement the proposed rule. Big comment from our staff is like, we can't get the work we need to do now. So, where do we go from here? As I said, the comment period closed on July 5th. So what we are doing is we have created subgroups to go through the comments, because I don't know how many comments, but it was hundreds nationwide, if not thousands. We have created subgroups to go through those comments by different theme areas. And so the theme areas, and I'm not saying this is all inclusive, but the theme areas are ACEC, or areas of critical environmental concern. There was some language in about presentation of ACEC. So that'll be a theme that we have the subgroup working on. Land health assessments. And a lot of, if you're a rancher, you know that BLM does what's called land health assessments that kind of guides us in our management and how we want to do grazing. Well, the proposed rule also said that we should use that same land health assessment data when we consider other uses on land, whether it's recreation, oil and gas, right of ways, any of that. We should use that same process to evaluate all of it. And then there will certainly be a subgroup on conservation. There may be others. I think as the team starts to go through those comments, they may decide that there's other subsets of information that's on committee to go through those. The other thing I want to point out is hopefully everybody submitted comments from either individually or whatever organization represent, that the comments, once you submit a comment, that's kind of our avenue to reach out and get more input. So, it clearly it's not going to happen for everybody, but there will be groups that will be reaching out to clarify your comments, work, and make sure we understand the intent of kind of modify this proposal. And I know somebody's going to ask, when's all this going to be done? So we're under no timeline. This is internal, this is not protected by the courts to address it. So we're going to do as long as it takes to get it right and make sure that everybody's voices are heard. So Gordon says it'd be a minimum of 4 months. And, I mean, anybody's done this before, like pretty optimistic, really. So it'll be a minimum of 4 months. To make sure we understand and clarify what it is. And then the expected outcome would be that we revise the language in the proposed rule based on those comments and we revise the language or just the intent, clarify the intent, and then come out with a final rule at some point. The only other thing I want to point out is the rule is a procedural rule, and it will not replace NEPA. So anything that comes out of this, whatever we end up calling a restoration lease or a mitigation lease, but it will still go to the whatever. So that's kind of where we are. Brandon promised me that I wouldn't get real too bad, but I'll try to answer any questions that I can. And if I get in trouble, I'll call for it.
So we'll go to questions. I just want to ask real quick, because I've heard this from some of our members, and I've lived it through my job with Congressman Tippin. And you probably can't answer this, but I do want to just get it out there for the record. What can you do to ease some of the people's concerns? And I know that was one of the big concerns you said about existing leases, but I bring it up with an anecdotal story of former Mesa County Commissioner McGinnis, who passed McGinnis Canyons and Blackbird Wilderness. I remember sitting in meetings with him when I started former Congressman Tippin's office, where they were dealing with some leasing issues in the Blackbird Wilderness over whether or not to renew. So I don't know if that's something you can address at time. How you're going to deal with those concerns, but just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah, I kind of touched on that. We in our comments, we put in here that we want to make sure that the text of the proposed rule to no conservation leases they're not intended to exclude other valid users. We emphasize that in BLM's comments. Clearly, we heard that. I don't know until we get in the subcommittee and they start to pull out some of those comments. I think our suggestion is we strengthen that language to make sure that's clearly the intent, is not to interfere with valid existing current users or just valid existing legal users that may or may not.
I don't appreciate that, just because, like I said, it's interesting sitting in there with Commissioner McGinnis, who had written the bill when he was in Congress, and was being told that was the intent of the bill. So I saw Jeff's first one with Red Bonnie. So Jeff.
Hey Elijah, thanks for presenting that. I don't need to emphasize that well where Moffett County stands on this, because you even participated in all that board meeting when we first started discussing this. But I'm curious on a procedural level, and I'll ask. I kind of looking for. I'll split it into two questions, but I'm curious. We argue very strongly that doing restoration and mitigation, and you want to add conservation into it, but those authorities already exist within BLM, but you don't need a rule to do that. So I'm curious, Did that discussion come up within your own team and how, and what this new rule would provide that doesn't exist already? And follow-up question to this is, did you talk about going to an EIS process rather than a rule making process?
Good question. I'll start with the simple one first. You know, we did talk about going to the EIS process. Now, what I think the intent is, because I agree with you 100%, there's a restoration, we do that a lot. I mean, there's great examples of it right here in Jackson County where we're doing restoration work. As well as mitigation. When mitigation is typically done by HAPA as part of the parameters of getting a permit. So I think what we see as a benefit of this will let other groups, conservation groups or third parties, this will let them do restoration on their own time on BLM land where it's needed. And you just authorize it through a NEPA process and let a third party do restoration on BLM. So I think that's kind of the difference.
I'll just follow up with it. I think that exists already. I've seen some limited projects. I've seen third party throw tons of money at that. And so I'm still struggling to see what this adds to that.
You're right. I couldn't agree more. We do that. I think it's I think the intent is to maybe facilitate that and make some of our money go further, because like most of that work, like what you're talking about, Just Unlimited, you know, we're a partner. They're a partner. We're working together on that. I think this is an opportunity maybe for us to do more of that without adding staff. I'm not sure if that satisfies you, but that's as good as I can do.
Brett, I appreciate you're going to be answering all these questions. So I have a thought you share. I'm going to slightly reiterate what Jeff said and try to summarize, I think, many of the concerns that I think you've been hearing around the present. But it sounds like it's the idea of this is look at this. It's redundant. Policy already in place to do conservation and work. What is the necessity of it? And what are the assurances that, like other leases, that lead to multi-use still and don't exclude any other lease opportunities or other usage opportunities? I think the biggest concern we have from a lot of our members is their actual guarantees. This is not going to be used as a weaponized tool to exclude usage for other means on public lands.
I hear you, and I think we try to convey that in our internal comments up to Washington, that we want to make sure that that's clear. And until that, yeah, I just until we see revised language, I don't know, but I think that that's clearly we want to emphasize that, make that clear. It's not meant to exclude others. Then I see it. Sorry.
Bonnie Brown, Colorado Wool Growers. Thanks, Brad, for basically summing up my concerns. But Elijah, I know that you inherited this. So, you know, I just want to make the comment. I went over to the Denver Public Information session and listened online. And this is so much being packaged up that what's been done before is bad. And everything that's been going on is inadequate. And I really resent that. And I think a lot of the BLM staff should too. The way that's rolled out to the public, that things haven't been done correctly. And I hope that, and I know that's a disconnect between Washington, DC and what's going on, you know, on the ground. And I hope that BLM staff will really kind of push back a little bit and try to broaden that understanding. DC staff of the really great work that's done under the existing framework.
Thank you. I agree. I think there is, you know, there is some things that there's some restoration work that I think that has nothing to do with past usage. You know, I mean, you know, wildfire, for example, is a great example of that. Where, you know, that has nothing to do with ranching or anything. The lightning strike. So I think, you know, there's going to be opportunities for that. And I apologize that it is kind of perceived as you know, blaming, if you will, that I don't think that's our intent. I mean, we learned as we go, it's adaptive management. You know, we do things different today based on our lessons learned. You know, that's not meant to say that we did it wrong. It just means to say that we learned.
All right, Denny, do you have a microphone?
Is, how are you gonna identify a third party and give us a definition of that third party?
Well, typically a third party is any permittee or any group that wants to apply. So when we get an application for something, whatever it may be, whether it's grazing, special recreation, right way, anything, you know, we go through kind of a process that says, you know, first off, is what you're proposing to do with your application is it legal? So, for example, you know, if somebody came to us and said, we want to put a marijuana farm on public lands, we'd say no. That's against federal law. But if it's a legal act, you know, say we want to do a solar farm or a power plant, then we look at our resource management. Say, well, we're compatible with that management plan. That resource management plan, some cases it's legal, some it's not. And if it's not, it doesn't mean we can't do it. It just means that we have to put our amendment to get to that point. So, and then the next bar is what are the policies and regulations that guide how we do this. So the way I look at this is and I'm going to try to break myself from saying conservation needs, because I think BLM clearly thinks that was a poor choice of words, maybe. So I will say, I'll call it a restoration. And so an example would be, we're doing a lot of stream restoration around different parts of the state. BLM was done, a lot of ones done. So if there was a stream reach, then they need some work. And a third party, say, Trout Unlimited, wanted to do that, they would say, hey, we want a permit to do stream restoration work on BLM land. And so we would go through that same criteria. Well, it's legal, you know, there's no law that says you can't do that. Now, is it compatible with our resource management? It probably, and then we would do NEPA on that, and we would give them a permit to do that restoration. And there is, I don't know how it's going to work, but there is intended to be a financial component of that too. So, for example, if it's a right of way, if it's a power line, that applicant has to pay. If it's a grazing lease, that permittee pays. And this is meant to be a financial component of that as well, that groups would pay to do that. Now, there would be a benefit to the public, like in my example of streams, better fishing. But it is expected that there should be a financial component.
Dozier?
Hey, Ellen, thank you so much for joining us here today. Appreciate that. Is there any chance of there being added in an additional comment period after the current comments are incorporated and dealt with? These are very well informed concerns you're hearing today from subject matter experts. And the concern I have is that they will not be listened to in a way that brings about change to the process. Will there be any chance of another comment period?
That is a tough question. I'm not the one to answer that. I would say there's a chance. I would even argue that there's people within the organization that would suggest that. It's like, okay, let's make some revisions to this and put it back out. But I don't know who's making that decision and whether that, I just can't stand here and say, yeah, that is going to happen. But I think, like I said, I think there's people within the organization that have suggested.
Would I be able to ask, would that be something we might be able to get a response to Club 20 from Director Bill Sack on, or somebody higher up by chance? Just a yes or no?
I don't think you'd get one from the state director. The higher, decision. This is for nationwide, but it's rule, not a Colorado. I would say it wouldn't hurt to ask. The only, I mean, the worst thing you can get is a no, and the best thing you can get is a yes.
I guess my question is that something you could take up to Director Bill Sack and possibly give us an answer to Club 20, maybe not from him, but from, either Ms. Stone Manning or somebody in the DC office.
I can push that answer, or I can push that question up. And if you're asking, you have to be the other state. But I will definitely, when I get kind of a briefing on what went down today, that'll be part of it. Definitely like to see revised, not just a file.
We appreciate that. Callie.
You, Elijah, for being here, greatly appreciate it. I guess two things. As when I was talking to Gordon at Cattlemen's, and I keep asking the question, why do we need rule? And he kept, everything that he explained to me was what we're doing with you guys in the CRMPs. So I never could get a clear answer from him of why, what's the problem that we need to fix. So I would just reiterate that. And I guess the other question I would have, are you expecting any legal challenges? Because I think there could.
We're expecting. I would just, I think would be present to not, but I think, we're not gonna know what those legal challenges are until there's a final rule. And, and I know that, I mean, I was there, I heard that, and, I emphasize, I think that it is the financial component is what we see as a big thing, because I completely agree with Jeff and you and everybody else that says you already have these tools, you already have nations, you already have a conservation, built in mitigation. I think the belief, right or wrong, is that there are groups that are willing to pay, some of these nonprofits, I mean, let's face it, bank accounts, and that there are groups that would pay to restore or to do things, and we feel like this is a mechanism to get them in the mix.
That's up, Jeff, and then we'll go to Harry.
I'm gonna go ahead of Harry. Well, Elijah, I don't envy you at all. I have to do that. So, good job. I truly, so we know that at least 3 different attorneys out there that helped draft whatnot are out there saying that a couple of them did come out of retirement. They're out there saying they think the rules are, and I think that'll be a legal argument they'll have. I quite honestly hope they're successful at it, but it's a tough thing. And so as soon as it goes forward, I hope you can. I hope BLM can really alleviate the concerns of the district. Right? I know you said this won't affect existing, BLM said that, but there needs to be teeth within the rule, assuming it passes, that truly assures Mischief County. Right? Who's not for improving a wetland or adding better, reduction on rangeland or all that's good is that opportunity for shutting down existing pieces of land is avoided. So I hope the message back to BLM as they move forward, and there should be some key to bring them assurances.
Bree, go ahead. And then before action, Harry, do we have any questions online that we'll get to after we go? So Harry.
Thanks, Harry. Elijah, you're a target. It's not just you, it's not your fault. But as I look at the agenda here, we're gonna have to take it out on you because there's left the left of resolution. I would, you know, I've got your back. Okay. But I noticed that in our previous conversations, public lands, 75% of them were ag issues. And so here we are, we're looking at talking to Elijah here about, you know, the Bureau of Land Management, it's crap that's, you know, coming at us to 30,000 feet, which we know comments are going to be just that, comments. How can we address, Brandon and Ron, how can we address some of those issues that came up in public this 5 years? We are not country bumpkins. We're not just, you know, picking sticks off our back. And when we hear stuff like a comment period, a comment period, a comment period, maybe I'm a black sheep, but, you know, I'll put it to you like George Goebbels. He said, you know, I think the whole world is a tuxedo and I'm a pair of brown shoes. That might be the way they're looking at us in agriculture and public lands and stuff. Harry and Rod gave us a pretty good speech. But when do we throw the quote in? Nancy said we're fence builders. Well, I'm a sheep herder for 4 generations. I know what the range boards were. Fences were there. We built them because we didn't want them here. Here. If we're gonna mend fences, we don't need people that have 1 foot on either side of the fence. This is agriculture. And our backs are against the wall. This isn't desperation, this is passion. This is caring about who we are and what we're doing. And it's the BLM, obviously you guys have one. We've been through so many issues over the generations. I mean, we've been at war with each other, we've patted each other on the back. We know what we want. We have the same vision. Jeff put it very good. We already know what kind of vision we have for Colorado and the United States. It's the other people's vision and the big monies and the focus that they put on their ulterior motives. That's what we've got to do. That's the 30,000 foot view that I have. And we're victims of this in Colorado. Not we can't even get our own state back and we're worried about the nation. Harry, you said it. You know, we're neighbors, everybody builds fences, everybody does this. We got people moving in and the first thing we need to do is build a fence. Now, I know in Routt County, we've sold some of those big ranches up there. And the first thing they do is build a fence and they put a lock gate on it and they say, I don't know whether they're insecure about where they live or what, but that's the first thing they do. They don't introduce themselves. I'm a neighbor, we share the same ditch, we share the same water right, we share the same vision. We don't know. The first thing we gotta know is who the sheep has right now. And I just think that I don't want ag to take a back seat. I'm a strong advocate of ag, public lands. Put my 2 bits in public lands right there. But right now, not 75% down those issues are ag issues. They're not public lands issues. And I just want to make sure the crowd thins out in your last meeting or right after lunch, the crowd thins out. That shouldn't be the case with that. If we're going to protect this, if we're going to protect our heritage, if we're going to protect who we are, we cannot be the last meeting. So turn out the lights when you guys come. Because right now, Barry, tell me something. In every one of those, we talked about how many Democratic congressmen and Democratic senators are over there. In every one of their districts, there's a coalition of Republicans. They won because they got the votes. But there's a lot of good people on Eastern Slope. I know I'm related to some of them. They all came from Meeker, they came from Rifle. There's a lot of people over there because jobs are there, or their education took them to those particular aspects of what they're doing in their lives right now. Well, all those people, maybe they're conservatives, they vote Republican, they just more Democrats than Republicans voted. So when we talk about the predator issues and stuff like that, well, why didn't we reintroduce the wolves to Estes Park? Wow, that's in their backyard. That would be totally inappropriate. Why don't we take raccoons and introduce them to downtown Denver? That's a predator, that's not a skunk. But my point is, it's agriculture issues. I'm trying to get soapbox here established. It's a priority in agriculture, not public lands, not all the government entities. Our mission is to protect agriculture and the heritage of all our generations.
Appreciate that, Eric. What I'll say to that is just a couple things actually. So this wasn't originally scheduled spot. We made some changes due to some issues that have come up with some members. And secondly, as you've heard Nancy drag on about, Nancy, Ron, and I are emailing probably 3 or 4 times a week at least, discussing different issues just because they do touch so many different committees. I mean, agriculture alone is like PLNR, water, transportation. I mean, agriculture is involved in almost every committee that Pelton has in one way or another. And so, you know, we do things that are more directly based at ag. Last summer in Rangeley, we had our Farm Bureau lobbyist up specifically talking about the new labor bill and what it did. And so we do that. But today I'm talking to Nancy, you know, the theme of today was kind of mending those fences. So she went with CPW and we asked BLM and Elijah because, you know, as you know, working, you know, BLM is national, it is a national organization, but the folks like Elijah or Forest Service folks that are here locally, they're your neighbors, they're your local people. And so it's both a national and a local issue that in this case just addresses multiple different things. We've got time for one more question. And Brad.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Brad. And one last one, Elijah, once again, thanks for being the front office. We know you're taking some bullets that really and truly probably aren't aimed at you directly. You get to be the wall there. Considering the fact that, you know, we're in Western Colorado, you mentioned maybe other states have concerns as well, but when we look at it, many of our counties are 50 to 75%, 90% public land. You know, exactly. So this is a major issue, especially as far. Has there been consideration discussions about the fact that if we have these mitigation leases or restoration leases, whatever they, what are we going to do about finding a way to restore or provide the financial lost revenue potentially to those counties if they lose other activities? I mean, that's part of the concern. So when we say that we should have that multi-use, that's great. But if we lose logging, let's say we lose oil and gas, we lose those, that's potential lost revenues to those counties, those communities. That's a major issue that we need for consideration. And I don't know if you can talk to how that's being considered or what the expectations are, or what's being built in, once again, language to give us a better shore it up so that we can feel confident that we're not going to have communities that are getting turned into dust bowls.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't see those things as incompatible, and that's all. I'll answer your question kind of as an example. I mean, it is very common that BLM does restoration work on, you know, on public land. And you know what's really popular now is we get sea dive structure, which I think probably everybody in here somewhat familiar with, and they're kind of designed to kind of halt erosion and raise the water table and recreate meadows, that kind of thing. And we do those all over, and every one of those are only grazing areas. And we don't not allow grazing while we're doing that work. Those, you know, they're just not incompatible. You know, we might, in some cases, we might fence out an area briefly while we let some of that work take place. But more often than not, we come to time that where where the cows are gonna be on the allotment or off the allotment, to kind of let that stuff established before they come back. And so, you know, that's just an example of things that aren't incompatible. And then you also mentioned forestry, like I look at a lot of that forestry as restoration. You know, we're restoring that landscape, what it was before we excluded fire. Now, if there's a byproduct of that, that's a marketable timber, all the better. So I don't know that that's going to, I don't know that that's going to exclude it. To be honest, more often than not, we're having to pay people, but then the market value is just not there. We're having, we're going those at loss. And I'm not saying that's wrong. In fact, I'm saying that's right, because that's what the landscape needs from a fire resiliency and a fire protection. That's what it needs. So, so I think the key is going to be us just making sure that these things aren't incompatible. And, you know, that's why, you know, I took the time to kind of read this one statement here. You know, grazing lessees, for example, are some of our most important conservation partners on both public and private lands in Colorado. I mean, that's coming from the state director. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know a stronger statement than that to, you know, to really point out that we see grazing permittees as partners. And that, you know, we've looked out for the public lands grazing is critical for conservation. Because if you can't graze on public land, then you might not have a viable operation, and we're turning your lands to get your lands in. And I don't think anybody wants to see that. I think that's one of the worst that happened for conservation.
Just to reiterate part of that, I think part of the concern comes from not the fact that people are trying to do work, and that currently there's a cooperating opportunity for those multi-uses to exist together. It's the question of what's the benefit and who the other NGOs, other practical groups are going to be that are going to be providing those now conservation restoration leases, and what their expectations and intents are, and how that's going to impact those more traditional leases that exist. That makes sense.
What I heard you say is like, well, who's going to do this? They're, you know, paying money like a lease to do conservation. What is their expectation? And I think that's kind of what we're trying to make clear. It's like you're willing, you know, we'll take this, we'll let you do this restoration lease or this restoration activity, but you just go up front. It's not going to stop the grazing permit. It's not going to change his grazing season. It's not going to change the grazing wheels or any of that.
All right, Kelly, if you can do it in 30 seconds.
I think, Elijah, if everyone in BLM was you, we would be all. And that's I think that's what our concerns are, is we've got good guys like you, but you know what can happen when an environmental group takes language and runs with it and uses it in lawsuits and changes the outcome of what you and those that are using the land appropriately are doing. So just know that that's the issue. It's the how that will be used against you.
Fear of the unknown, fear of the next guy. If I'm done, I will kind of think. We did hire a little snake field manager, and so her name's Kim Griffin. She has a history in Colorado. She left Colorado, went to Cottonwood Field Office in Idaho, where she was assistant field manager, and she's currently the field manager in Albuquerque. And where she says that 75% of the population of New Mexico is in her field office, and she can't wait to get the Montana. People are on. Here, go over for business. And open for business.
Thanks, Elijah.
We'll be here again.
I owe you a lunch next time I'm in break, so I'll reach out. If I know we've got more questions, but we're out of time, so I'm sure Elijah will be here for a little bit.
I'll be there.
So ask him more. I'm sure you'd be more than happy to answer your phone or answer me. Also, thank you again for coming, Elijah. We appreciate it.
Just a couple of comments, and I want to, Harry, I agree with you fully regarding agriculture, so I want to make sure you understand that. I'm with you. I've supported agriculture since I was born. That's where we came from, and that. But the bottom line is, this, because it's here, doesn't mean that agriculture is not important. And I guess I would ask you that for Brandon and I, if you have some agenda items or some things that you want us to look at, please let me know. But, you know, give me a call. You don't have to do it by email. Give me a call and we can talk about it, and we can go from there and then find out, you know, what we need to do to get that on the agenda and what part. So it is important. It is important to me. It's important, obviously, to Brandon. That's his job. So I'm with you. I just want to make sure that you know that because it's here, it's not important. Okay. I do want to go. One of the things that I did want to cover was the predator resolution, and it's AG 065. And one of the reasons I want to do that is I hope that Club 20 and the directors, because they're going to have to approve this eventually. I'd like to get this thing done before the first wolf hits the ground. I think you do too. I mean, you ought to. So what I'm looking at is, I looked at the red line, and hope you have a copy of it in front of you. And I don't think I have to read it, but the first whereas, I mean, it makes sense. I think we'll all agree with that livestock production is a vital part of the West Slope community economy and generated millions of dollars. We all know. The second part, whereas the state of Colorado is dependent upon natural resources for a viable economy, and there is significant evidence. This one I have a question on, because I was on the line, but I couldn't get on to give my opinion. That predating animals are a major factor in our diminishing wildlife, okay? But then we added including multiple threatened and non-threatened wildlife. Well, if we're going to say multiple threatened and non-threatened, that includes all wildlife. So why would we want to leave it in there? If you want to say including wildlife, that's fine. But if you're going to say threatened and non-threatened, that's all the wildlife in the state. There's threatened and non-threatened. So that's one of my questions I have for you all to have that discussion. The other thing is going down to the next one, whereas wildlife management decisions are complicated. We all agree with that. And with 47 years within the Division of Wildlife, I guarantee it's got more complicated, and it's probably going to get more complicated than it is right now. So, but it says it should not be constitutionally, it used to say it should be left to wildlife experts, and that was taken out. Not sure why. And should not be constitutionally or statutorily mandated. Well, we all agree with that. But what does that have to do with that wildlife management decisions? So it's just a question. One of the things, the next one is now therefore it be resolved that Club 20 urges the state legislature to allocate funding, then in parentheses, preferably general funds for adequate predator control. Well, I guess I would say this, and I know we have a couple senators here that may or may not agree, but they allocate all the funds. But they can allocate wildlife cash funds and say it doesn't come from general. So when you say the state legislature allocate funding, okay, you know, in my past, up until the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, all funding for predators came from wildlife cash fund, okay? And there are times when we had to ask for additional funding because we didn't have enough money. And I'm speaking in the past as a former wildlife employee. So it's something you need to think about. I mean, if you want to say should be all general funds, then we ought to say it. Because the way it read tonight, if you say allocate, they can allocate anything they want to. The next one,
It says, be further resolved that Club 20 supports permanent funding through a designated fund that covers direct and indirect impacts to wildlife and livestock from all predators. That I just want to make sure that this group understands that in the past, the division, this former division, and now the CPW is responsible for bears, mountain lions, and wolves, not for coyotes. Okay, is that really what you want? Because I can tell you that will drain the game cash fund to zero. So you ought to think about it. And I just wanted to bring that up. The next one would be further resolved, permanent separate special fund for wolves. I think that's great. Supports the promulgation of concurrent resolution by state legislature referring to the voters a constitutional amendment removing any wildlife management measures. Okay. And then the next one objects to the inclusion of wildlife management measures through the state's constitution. Well, right now, obviously, the tracking is the constitution, the bear is a statutory. So it's just some of those things we need to think about, and I think I'd like to at least see where we're headed and what you want to put down there so that we can send this to the whatever you want to call it,
The board.
so that we can get something before the first rule hits ground. Yes, Brittany.
Liz, go ahead and unmute yourself and say your comment.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't have any issues with anything that's currently in here. I would just have an addition that I think would be important to include as well. And I'm about to drop language in the chat for it. And it is, be it further resolved that Club 20 supports coordination among state agencies to ensure carcass mitigation recommendations in proximity to agricultural operations are not in conflict. And I say that because I know that the agricultural community is being recommended to participate in carcass mitigation, but locally we're having issues with CDOT. Just they're not wanting to re-enter or renew an MOU with us that we had initiated to combat raven depredation and corvids, but it's also relevant, I think, to wolves. And they are citing CPW guidance that recommends that they just pull carcasses off the road and let them decompose naturally. But I think that needs to be rethought. I've talked to Travis Black about it at CPW. He indicated that they had actually not considered that potential conflict for CDOT to be placing carcasses in proximity to agricultural operations while they are simultaneously recommending to ranchers that they take care of their carcasses. So I would just recommend that addition.
Okay, and we probably ought to start with the motion.
Mr. Chair, that's where I was going. Before I make that motion, I'm going to assume that since this is such an important resolution when it comes to protecting our wildlife and our livestock, that this is going to be a standalone resolution, not necessarily including the guiding principle.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so thank you. So with that being said, I move that we recommend and approve this resolution HE 06-5 and forward it on to the full board for the full meetings.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, Bonnie.
Thank you. Several comments, and I'll just start with the last reference on carcasses, just because that came up. We may had a club, an online meeting not long ago about being too prescriptive in these resolutions, and I'm not comfortable kind of feeling ambushed with that. Maybe there's been some previous discussions within Club 20 on the committee, but if I did, I missed that, and I'm not comfortable including that today. I think that needs additional discussion before that's included. So one of the things that I wanted to suggest on this, for designated funds that cover, I'd like to strike indirect and have that read designated funds that cover direct impacts and other associated costs. I always think indirect makes it sound inconsequential and unimportant. And so that would be one suggestion. Ron, I'm surprised, I don't remember us having a discussion to strike and the best left to wildlife experts. I don't remember the discussion having that out, so I was surprised to see that on here.
Well, I was surprised to see it myself, but that came at the last week. Am I correct, Brittany and Nancy?
Yeah, that came out at the board meeting in spring.
And that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up is I truly believe, that obviously, because I'm prejudiced, I mean, I think we need to leave it to the wildlife experts.
And I think the only concern there, because I agree, I think, we wanted to defer to the agency experts, but we don't want wildlife guardians to be perceived as a wildlife expert. And so, but I was kind of surprised.
And I agree. Do you have any more, Bonnie?
I have a question for Bonnie. You wanted to remove indirect, is that?
So my suggestion, this is at the first, be it further resolved, starting at designated funds that covers strike, indirect, and so it would read funds that cover direct and other associated impacts.
Okay, Kelly?
So I will go to that third whereas first, and follow up with what Bonnie was saying, you guys were talking about. So I agree, we don't want it to be just left to wildlife experts, because everybody thinks they're a wildlife expert. So let's put something about best left to CPW. Or should be managed by CPW.
Or to wildlife experts. They should be funded or.
The state wildlife agency at least got to say something about, I mean, hopefully it is.
I think it should be CPW, really, because who else would it be?
That's my point. I really do. I just think it's fair. But anyhow, hold on a minute. Anything else, Kelly?
So I do, but let's talk about that one before I go to.
All right. Any other comments regarding that, Gary?
This might be targeted back at you, Ron. You made some valid points, but one of the overlaps that I see is not necessarily in our best interest. And you give me your opinion, but there was a time when it was the Division of Wildlife. And then it was Parks and Recreation, and now it's Parks and Wildlife. At one point, when it was the Division of Wildlife, focus was the wildlife. Now there is a focus on wildlife, but it's not the wildlife because Parks is involved. So when we have a conversation about the park system and the habitat and all the state parks and the tourism and all that, I think it's a smokescreen on the part of the state of Colorado right now to involve the conversation. But I think they've taken the meat out of focus that you guys used to have and actually focus on wildlife. So I disagreed with the president, or maybe with the comments that our new director made, that he thought, well, that's not, I'm okay with it. From an agriculture perspective and the overlap that we don't have wildlife, I think we had a much better focus on wildlife and predators when we were dealing with the Division of Wildlife. I'd sure like your feedback on what you think. Did you live with it?
Well, I'll be honest with you, Eric, and I can say it now because I'm working on it. I agree with you. But what wording can we put? Because there are wildlife, there are people within the Colorado Parks and Wildlife that are truly experts. I'm talking about the district wildlife managers, area wildlife managers, the biologists, the regional managers, the researchers that have lived their life to do this. And I think it's an insult not to include them. Now, I'm open, I mean, obviously, it's your say, the board say, but what can we need to do something to say that those are the people that should be making wildlife management decisions within the state of Colorado. Yes, Nancy.
I'm gonna go back to Callie's suggestion. And maybe that would help Harry if we put, whereas wildlife management specific decisions. So we're not going to the broad overview of how we balance it with the parks agenda. But the reason I like putting in the word CPW is what concerned me on the wolf conversation is we had good managers who were almost muzzled, weren't even empowered by powers that be within state government. I think we need at this point in time to support CPW expertise. And again, Harry, back to if we find that they've been muzzled, that's up to our executive director to step up and say, hey, CSU gave us all the fact sheets on the wolves. We don't want it to go to CSU. We would much rather keep it with CPW. And that's why I look at it this way, that the wolf issue got really funny, who got to be the expert there. And I think recognizing CPW, and I know within CPW, there's some people that wanted the wolves. Okay, I get it. But I do believe that that gives the latitude that we need for our director to weigh in. But I do think we need to support CPW expertise.
Kelly?
So would it help us to say wildlife biologists within CPW? Would that help you any?
I think that would be specific, because keep in mind, you know, a lot of the decisions are made from DWMs and biologists, but also researchers. So it's the full complement, because that's the process. And even now with CPW, it starts at the bottom and moves up to the top. But that's where the expertise is.
When you state wildlife. Wildlife. If you say, if you wildlife expert, so that you're not having to necessarily park people as to the area saying, oh, this is what we need, you know, so I mean, is it specific for that?
Yeah, it's a good question, but Carlisle has a question also, so. Carlisle?
Oh, it's not Carlisle. It's Liz Smith. She said it might read better, supports coordination between CPW and other state agencies.
Other what?
State agencies.
No. I mean, so we're gonna say, we're gonna have, I mean, I guarantee you that there's, the Division of Wildlife has some input into water, but I guarantee I don't want water experts managing wildlife. And vice versa. But you do go.
Oh,
okay. Carlisle does not have. All right. So what, go ahead.
But I can't see that far away, my apologies, so I would just go with the language. What did you say? Tell us again what you said, because that's what I need.
Are so these wildlife management are best left to CPW state wildlife.
State wildlife, state parks and Colorado wildlife state. Colorado. So. Yeah, I can see it here just a little bit. Our best left to Colorado
Colorado State wildlife experts, take your parks and wildlife. Sorry.
So we don't want
CPW.
CPW in there?
Would you not just want to put CPW? I mean,
Well,
right?
yeah,
Okay,
Yeah, I think that would cover it.
yeah.
Is that right? I mean, that's because that's who they work for.
DPW wildlife.
Yes. Yep.
So we're taking out state.
Yeah, take out state and just say CPW wildlife experts. Is that all right, Eric?
Yes, I'm good with that, but I want to opinion. You've earned your trust. You've earned your stripe all these years. You've been doing this. Anybody who's been to the front range of traffic is unbearable coming out from Friday, impossible going in. But I don't see bow and arrows and rifles on those. I see bicycles, I see boats, I see recreation. I see a total tie to the park system and the places to go recreate. So knowing that, if you had to be on the record, were we better off when we had the division of the mountain?
I can say yes, because I'm not going to lose anything. Yeah. But the bottom line is that what I don't want to do is take away from the experts within wildlife now. And I think it's an insult not to include them because, I mean, that's their heart and soul, all of them from the bottom. And I guess that's where I'm coming from.
And everybody.
Chris Turney. Hey, I would like to just interject a thought here. Amendment 14 is statutory, constitutionally regulated. So there are provisions in there that if you're going to change, then you have to go back to the Constitution to change it and change statutorily. And then there's also a cooperative agreement between CPW and Department of Ag on some of these regulations, and especially when you're overlapping on nuisance wildlife control. And so some of the verbiage in that reads, whether it's the landowner, their family, or designated agents as well, to be able to do that management. And so I agree with the regulatory aspect of CPW, but I also just want to interject that there are the other avenues, including the private companies of nuisance wildlife, that they're regulated by CPW and Department of Ag.
Fine.
Hopefully I have a suggestion that gets us out of the dilemma, because I hear you, Harry. I agree, and I agree with you, Ron, that it's, we should say CPW. So what I would suggest is wildlife management decisions can be complicated and are best left to the CPW experts instead of constitutionally or statutorily mandated. So that means if CPW, because of changes in staff and priorities, to me are going off the rails, we didn't say that we're locked into supporting CPW. We're saying this is CPW versus a ballot or a statutory initiative.
Bonnie, question. I'm gonna read it back to you and you let me know if I captured it right. Wildlife management specific decisions are complicated and are best left to CPW wildlife experts instead of constitutionally or statutorily mandated.
Correct, Bonnie? Pete Kelly. Harry, is that all right? And I understand where you're coming from. I do. It's just that when I saw that, I was like, they are the experts. And sometimes we agree with them, sometimes we don't. I mean, even internally, But you know what? That's what we do. Merritt, do you have anything? Okay. All right, can we move on? Hopefully we can get on. Okay. Go ahead, Joe.
No, just because you had asked in the first, I'm sorry, the second whereas. And the concern about how that wording change was. So reading, let's just say, and there is significant evidence that predating animals are a major factor in our diminishing wildlife. I would remove including and just make the colon or whatever, and then go ahead with the multiple, so it spells them out. So it's not including. If that does what you want.
That would satisfy me, but I'm not looking around. Any other comments? Nancy? Are we all good with that? Okay. Anything else?
That's all I got.
So the other one, I just wanted to, we go down to state legislature to allocate funding. I mean, that we all agree with it, right? But I think and say prefer, instead of saying preferably, we ought to say general funds.
About that in terms of voter adopted. Because it's a vote.
Can you use a mic, please, Bonnie, for those online?
So if, should we say something about being species that predators that are introduced through ballot initiatives somehow being funded by the general fund? Because if the voters of this state say we need to have rules, then the voters of this state need to pay for it.
Well,
Can we say that?
Well, that's down on the other one. It said further resolved that there be a permanent separate special fund established for compensation of depredation of all incurred management costs resulting from wolves or other introduced predators to be funded through the general fund.
Yeah, and I understand that. I'm just wondering if this one, because I understand your concern about, number one, should we state general fund, period? And should we kind of moderate that predator control? Because as I am concerned, coyotes are predators. They're not currently in the program. And like you said, we can drain the funds. We could, we could spend a lot of money doing that.
Right.
And I'm just saying, if we say, urge the state legislature to allocate general funding for ballot introduced predator control or something like that.
And we say for statutorily funded, because right now statutorily we're responsible for bear, mountain lions, wolves, and bobcats.
Well, we would need to state statutorily and constitutionally, wouldn't we?
The referendum or the resolution wasn't it isn't constitution regarding the wolves.
No, that's statutory,
Right.
but the spring bear hunt, which increases the bears, is
That's also,
constitutional.
that's all statutory.
Okay, I was thinking,
No, trapping is constitutional, bears is statutory.
okay,
Okay, so what we, and the only thing I was concerned when it said predator control, to me, the way you take it, you would include all predators, and all I'm saying is, I think we only should, not we, that the CPW should only be responsible for those statutorily there. That's my, somehow we need to say that.
so could we say, Club 20 urges the state legislature to allocate general funds, just go general funds for adequate statutorily, what's designated predator control. Does that work?
That would cover what we do now, and it would leave out coyotes.
Can you say that again, please, Bonnie? That verbiage.
Okay. So what I have written down is Club 20 urges the state legislature to allocate general funds for adequate statutorily designated predator control.
And just to make sure, and we had a couple senators, I know one's still here because he's not leaving. But yeah, but keep in mind, that's almost like pie in the sky. We've had it for the last 3 to 5 years, but I'm telling you, it's not. They are not going to allocate general funds for predator control for the Colorado Division of Parks and Wildlife. It ain't gonna happen. And I mean, I just want to be realistic. Eric?
At the point of awareness, I totally agree. It's just gonna get worse. And what the awareness is on the park side, and I'm a stickler for this, on the park side, we've got lottery funds going out and left and right, and that's statutory. So why in the heck don't we approach that lottery funds statutorily with our senators and get someone to write a bill and get in there and rewrite that? And get those funds released for something other than open spaces and parks. Can't the wildlife, can we use that? You should be able to use it for a number of years. There's always a demand for money. We could use that lottery funds for schools, for hospitals, for everything. That's an emphasis that we should put forth with the senator and the congressman and go after to rewrite that lottery bill. And not only that, but look at all it. There was a lottery at one time. Now there's snap tickets and how many different, Lucky for Life and all that money. And it's already predetermined. So why not? Let's get proactive and predetermine some of those things statutorily and get it back to where the money's needed. Which would be great for predator control or for fences and hospitals, schools, or for anything. But right now, to have this label for open spaces, I think it's yesterday's use.
Thanks, Eric. Nancy?
Harry, your points are always straight up and on point, but that's not part of the predator control resolution. That's a whole other bag of worms, because we always said from the wildfire point of view, they should use lottery funds to reduce the wildfire risk. There's many things that thing could be written for. I see that as a different resolution, and it might be something we may need to introduce later. But I'd like to keep our focus on this 5 minutes left. And I also think the carcass comment, I'd like to understand that more, but I'm not sure it belongs in predator control. So these are issues that need to be on our horizon. And we need to see how we can deal with it and keep it in a resolution format that it's not predator control.
And I agree with you, Nancy.
I move, how do we call the question? It takes a 3/4 vote really, but I think it's time to come to a vote.
Well, do we want to hear more on the carcass thing?
Not on this.
Okay,
That's really not part of the predator.
okay.
That's
I do think that it is, respectfully, if I could just comment on it, because the conflict is coming from the advice that CPW is giving for predator control of carcass. And they have not thought about how that is intersecting with other state agency recommendations and how they're creating conflicts within that. So I'm asking for some cooperation between CPW and other state agencies so that what they are recommending for predator control regarding carcasses is consistent.
Well, I'm not gonna, I appreciate your comments and I understand where you're coming from, but that is a separate issue that we can deal with from an agriculture. We'll also have to bring in the CPW because I want to know what they're coming from. I've never heard that before. Now, I knew there was a conflict when I was working for them. You mean the Colorado Division of Wildlife, CDOT is who is responsible for picking up roadkills. That's always been an issue. And what we said, it's not ours, and CDOT said it wasn't theirs, and then we just quit picking them up and CDOT started picking them up. And I don't know what the issue is other than what you're bringing up, but that's something that separate we could bring up at another time. That's not part of this issue.
if that's the way that the group feels, I'm not going to push it, but I will say that CPW, when I've talked to people further up in the agency, said that they had not considered that they might be issuing advice that would conflict with their recommendations per wolves.
Well, I think we have a CP rep here. Maybe
Travis Black is
Travis
coming up.
would like to make comments, because that's more in his than mine.
And I apologize, I couldn't quite hear the question from the back of the room, so could you reiterate that?
That's it. You want to
Liz,
state
you can-
your point?
Sure. So I've been having conversations simply because our, across the state, agricultural producers are being advised to mitigate their own carcasses. But we have been running into an issue with CDOT, who says that their guidance from CPW, regardless of proximity to agricultural operations, is to just pull the carcass off the side of the road and let it decompose naturally. I think that this sets up for conflict when it comes to predator management of wolves. If we're recommending to agricultural producers that they need to remove carcasses so that they are not attractants and they're not changing behavior of wolves, I think that it makes sense for CPW to coordinate with other agencies that might be having impacts to those agricultural productions by dumping carcasses where they are inappropriate. But CDOT is referring to that guidance from CPW, which, as I've talked to people in CPW, it does not seem like it has been considered as they've gone through their wolf recommendations.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. So there's a couple of things in there I'll try to address. In our wolf management plan, we do identify carcass management as a concern because of the attractant to wolves on the landscape. It does not dictate anywhere in that plan who or how those carcasses are managed. I will tell you that CPW in the past has got ourselves in a jam trying to do some carcass management by dumping wildlife carcasses on a state wildlife area when we don't have a permit from the Department of Health. So there's a lot of issues at play there. And in a fairly recent conversation, I think a recommendation came out that CPW should be doing something about carcass management. We've had some discussions. We're actually coordinating with the Department of Ag right now to have a meeting to discuss how do we manage this? How do we get this carcass management issue? The CDOT portion of that, it is a little bit separate from wolf management and carcass management for wolves, or wolves specific. Ron kind of alluded to that we had a agreement with the Department of Ag to remove carcasses off the highway. We simply don't have the staff time to drive every highway every carcass. And then it still comes back to what do we do with these carcasses? Like I said, we got ourselves in a bit of a jam years ago, already trying to manage that to some degree. And that wasn't even on the highway. That's just, carcasses that we took off of a piece of private land to the nuisance, whatever that was. So I don't know if that answers your question completely or not. There is some ongoing discussion about carcass management. CPW has been a little reluctant, I will say, to take on the carcass management issue because that's a monster in and of itself in how we deal with it.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. And again, if this is not the time and there's not the will in this group, it's fine for us to not include it. I will just say that our agricultural producers in Gunnison County have some significant concerns. We did have a good MOU with CDOT, and they were removing those carcasses to the landfill on a very heavily discounted basis, and they're just refusing to re-engage because of the CPW guidance. And but our ranchers are concerned about that conflicting potential advice for carcass mitigation regarding wolves.
Okay, appreciate your comments, Travis. I appreciate the comments So it's something that we're gonna work on, but it's not gonna be part of this resolution. Okay, any other comments?
Was question.
Okay, call the question.
Just point of order, and you probably already got this figured out. Vote on the amendments first, and then we vote on the whole resolution, okay?
So let's go ahead and vote on the amendment as stated. You never want to go with that first? Okay, Brittany?
We could also, if Ray wants to friendly amend his motion, he can do that as well, and then we don't have to call the question twice.
Yes, Ray wants to bring it in.
All in favor? Aye, okay, let's go to let's go. So for, what else we've got?
That was it.
That was it? Okay.
Yeah, lunch.
What do we want to do regarding this?
Oh.
Want to vote on this amendment? Okay.
So we just did. So it's been passed and we're
all right.
Yep.
We're adjourned then, okay? Thank you.
And before everybody gets up and walks away, we have a couple of announcements here. So I'm going to turn it over to Terry right now to give something special out.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of Colorado Cattlemen's Association and an award that American Credit sponsored the winner. And the award recipient was not at the CCA annual convention, and so I am here to give her the award today. It is for Callie Hendrickson. Callie, come up, please. I'm going to read that letter. The leaders who volunteer to take action above and beyond what's normally requested of the CCA members are highly esteemed by the CCA Colorado Cattlemen's Association. Without these volunteer leaders, we could not engage in the many issues that impact the beef industry. Each year, CCA is fortunate that volunteer leaders donate their time to ensure that CCA's policy and membership are upheld. This year, we're thrilled to recognize you as a member who continually goes above and beyond to represent CCA and the beef industry. You have served CCA in many capacities. We especially appreciate your continued involvement, policymaking, your testimony on many bills, including wild horses, water issues, and the wolf rate production process. You have dedicated so much of your time traveling to numerous stakeholder meetings to represent CCA and its members. Your continued positive impact never goes unnoticed, which is why you deserve this award. We appreciate your contributions of personal time and resources to assist CCA in its mission. Our organization benefits greatly from your participation and dedication toward other stakeholders and industry partners, education and involvement. Dedication like yours certainly makes us aware that this association is driven by its members. You are truly an advocate, epitomizing Woodrow T. Wilson's words, there is no higher religion than human service. To work for the common good is the greatest creed. We thank you for the many hours, ideas, and support you've given this organization, and we are honored to present you with the Volunteer of the Year Award for 2023 in recognition of your many contributions and much appreciated service. Signed by Philip B. Anderson, CCA President.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll let Wayne go first. Okay. You want to say first? Just thank you. So then last, but certainly not least, make sure you put on your calendar on September 7th and 8th, we're going to be doing our fall conference and state ride. State Pride, like I mentioned yesterday, will be on Friday this year, so make sure you plan for that. And the theme is through the ages, so we're hoping to debut our video and get some of that footage included from today. Hope to see you all there, and one more thank you to Colorado Space Business Roundtable. Now grab some grub.